You are now listening to the Sae Bae Cast, the #1 old school RuneScape podcast featuring guests from all across Galanor. To support this podcast, visit the Patreon link in the description.
All right, welcome to the Sae Bae Cast, number 81 with Nunu Nellz. Nunu Nellz, how are you doing this fine evening?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing great. So, yeah, I'm fucking excited for this because I feel like we've been friends for over a year at this point, and I think me and you both would kind of joke about, eventually you coming on the Sae Bae Cast, and it ending up just being like a total joke or something like that. But no, I was dead serious. I really wanted to get you on. It just took fucking forever now it's almost August.
Well, I appreciate being here.
No, I'm very excited because, and also, I mean, we were just talking right before this recording for everyone listening. A lot of people that listen to the Sae Bae Cast have actually wanted to hear more of a casual person's perspective, like a casual player's perspective on the game. And so Nunu was just telling me like, oh yeah, I don't read like every single update and I don't know all the technical stuff about the game. And I'm like, yeah, I've had too many guests that know the technical part of the game, and maybe it's just overwhelming for a lot of people. So I think this is going to be a breath of fresh air. And so Nunu, who are you and what are what are you known for in the community?
Well, my name is Antonella, and I guess I'm known for okay, one thing I know I'm known for is ferrets.
Yep.
Because I guess a lot of people don't have ferrets, and everyone's just like, yeah, that's the ferret person. And okay, something I'm very known for is the whole the game points clip from the Behemoth.
Yep.
Yeah, that's yeah. And I think for being super fucking cringe and whatever on Twitter, I'm very outgoing and just, I don't know, crazy sometimes on Twitter.
Let's hear a little bit more about that game point story.
Oh god. Yeah, what do you want to know?
I want to know what's game points for those that have no idea what you're talking about. Can you explain the clip? Can you explain what happened?
Yes. So I was in a clip.
And how long ago was this? Just to put into perspective, because it obviously wasn't too recent.
Oh man, this was I want to say 2, maybe 3 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, probably 2, 3 years ago. And I'm obviously streaming. I'm live. I have my friend Chief on call with me, and I say, "Hey, I finally realized what GP stands for." And I say game points, and I'm dead ass fucking serious. Yeah, it fucking means game points. And there's just this weird silence. And Chief just starts fucking cracking up, and he's just like, game points, gold pieces,
Oh
just so stupid, that very noob mindset,
Yeah, I just love how it just came out of the blue. It's you just all of a sudden came to a realization, you know what GP means, and just totally wrong. Yeah,
I know, and the confidence in the video, is genuinely just to die for.
I fucking love it. And yeah, you are known for your ferrets. You got how many ferrets? 3?
I have 4. A lot of people think I have 3, but yeah, I have 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what is the, I guess, pros and cons of having ferrets over, I don't know, a cat or a dog? Is there, I don't know, I've never met anybody that has actual ferrets.
So ferrets are this weird combination of a cat and a dog. When they're super, super spunky, it's as if you have a puppy, but they're also super lazy and lounge the way cats do, because they need to sleep 18 hours a day, basically. They're not up a lot. They pretty much sleep 18 to 20 hours a day, and then they wake up to come out when you let them out, and just to eat poop, drink water. So they're in a sense very easy cats, because you don't need to constantly take them outside, do this and that, but they do need love and attention. I would say cleaning like their cage, like upkeeping, because they just fucking poop a lot, honestly. When you have 4 of them, it's just worse. So that's like probably the biggest con of
Mhm.
having a ferret. And also the vet bills. So if like you have a ferret that is sick, that shit costs so much money. And I have one
Ooh,
sick ferret, so she's probably run us like $5,000-6,000 in the past 2
Jesus.
years that I've had her. So yeah, but they're very fun. They all have different personalities, and they're just like really fun, like cute, loving creatures.
Yeah, they look just like little long boys, just long.
Yeah,
they're
right.
just they're
Like
just
just
long.
cute little long rodents.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to have a hamster, or no, we had, what did I have at my house? So my mom was against like getting dogs and getting cats, like because she grew up with them and she just hated it. Like she hated the smell of her home and she hated like having cat fur everywhere and stuff like that. So she was always against the idea, but we were allowed to get mice and like fish and like hamsters and stuff. So I remember I was probably 8 years old when I got my first pet mouse. And I think the only reason I got a mouse over a hamster was because it was like cheaper or something like that. And yeah, so yeah, that's all I really know. I never really got to have any like big animals that lived for a long time. I don't really even know how long mice or hamsters live for, but it never really, I don't know, felt like a very short phase of my life having those. And then I had fish, and I had this little water frog as well. And so like we went to Walmart and we bought some fish, and I bought like a few goldfish, and then I bought this little water frog that would just like swim around and stuff, a really tiny one. And for some reason, after like a week, it swam under the rocks of the tank. There's a small tank, and he just killed himself. Like he like literally committed suicide. And I felt so fucking guilty for it because I thought like I treated him poorly by not getting another frog to be his friend, and I think he
Aw.
was like maybe the fish were like racist against the frog or something like that, and he just couldn't connect with them. But he's just like I was surrounded by like 4 other fish. I don't know what happened, but at that point I just was like fuck getting pets. I'm just like crying my eyes out for like no reason. Like I just need to move on from pets. So
Oh, having pets is honestly like really hard sometimes.
yeah,
Like,
I was bawling my eyes out.
bro, I had this really cute hamster once. His name was Mello for Carmelo Anthony, which is just so hilarious because his career just went down the drain. Um, but I had this cute little mouse named Mello, and I was just so attached to him, and he would just eat pistachios next to me, and he would literally like kiss my nose, and I was just very, very upset when he died. Like it
Yeah.
was sad, man. Also, I hate fish. Well, no, I don't hate fish, but if you actually get like a tank that's bigger than like 10 gallons, like you're hitting like 20 gallons,
Hmm.
you hate it because like cleaning the water is annoying as fuck, and it's just disgusting. I just don't think people know how disgusting like fish actually are. If you thought that you're gonna have a pet that genuinely needed like less attention, because yeah, they're lower maintenance, but like man, those cages, like all those rocks, cleaning all that is absolutely terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, we had like a really, really small tank, like this little plastic one.
Oh yeah,
Just
yeah.
throw it
Those
in.
are super easy. You just like dump that shit
Yeah.
out and like just redo it. Although one time I had a Chinese fighting fish. I named it Vaporeon. And you had to be very careful with like the water. So you have to touch the water temperature, and you have to match that when you bring new water in. You know what I mean? Because
Hmm.
otherwise they can go into shock.
Oh,
And
Jesus.
I put my Vaporeon into shock for like a couple of minutes until like she warmed up and everything. I'm saying she, like I knew what it was,
Hmm.
but yeah, I basically like shocked my fish, and it was a very, very scary experience, and then it just came back to life. So, oh my god, yeah, no.
Yeah, no, it's actually really scary how you can put animals into shock. I mean, there was this video as a joke, but I was already getting fucking angry. Somebody listening probably knows what I'm talking about. There was this Reddit video where it's like, I think it was a cat or a dog or like a squirrel or it's like some little animal, I think, or maybe it was a hamster. I can't even remember the animal, but the dude in the video clip had like a megaphone and was
Mhm.
about to like just like basically launch it at this animal that probably would have killed it because it would have scared the fuck out of it. Anyway, he didn't do it, but it was like clickbait, and everyone was pissed in the comments. Like, why would you even like threaten that basically do that. But like, yeah, somebody in the comments that was a doctor, or you know, whatever the Reddit person says, like they're a professional with this kind of stuff. Like apparently most animals, if you scare them or you put a really loud noise, they will just die from shock.
Oh my god.
Like that's terrifying. And so
I believe
I wouldn't be
it. And
surprised.
people are assholes, and people do things for like people do weird shit for likes. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't get it. And I don't know. I hate it more and I understand it less when it has to do with animals because I just feel like they're so absolutely helpless.
Yep.
You know.
No, it's absolutely terrible if that were to like have actually occurred.
You know.
So you're a Twitch streamer, and how long have you been streaming? And how did you? You know what? Let's actually do a double question. So you're a RuneScape streamer. When did you get into RuneScape? How did you get into it? And then what made you get into streaming?
All right. So I actually got into RuneScape when it was classic. So I was in 5th grade. I played probably a year and a half to 2 years up until like 7th grade because that's when I got into like sports and everything. So I wasn't on a PC anymore.
Mhm.
But yeah, I played when it was classic when I was very, very young. I was never a member. I was a free to play, didn't do anything on my account. Like everyone talks about everything they remember when they were younger, like Jad and stuff when Jad came out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, I was chilling in Varrock sewers, ranging the skeleton people across the fucking river.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you know what I mean?
All me. That was me too.
You know, I
I'm
didn't
pretty-
do any
dude,
intense gaming.
I'm pretty sure, like, if we were to take an estimate of like the player base and just grab a percentage of what of how many of those players shot skeletons across that little sewer thing, it's got to be high 90s, like high 90%, like right?
Bro, it
Like
has to
everyone
be.
did that. Everyone did that.
You had to have. Like, there's no way. It was crazy to me when my combat level was like high enough that I went over to like the moss giants on the other end, you know?
Oh
I was like,
shit.
yeah, like that's how you knew when you started
Gangster
hitting like
shit.
90 combat, you're like, yo, I'm so fucking good. And if you think about those stats now, you're like, holy, you're shit.
Yeah. No, I just remember like the best times were hitting fire bolts fire strike, where you're just hitting 8s with magic. Because I would also hit the skeletons with mage. And
yeah.
when you're ranging 3s and 4s, you already felt like a badass, and then you switch to magic, and you're hitting 8s, and you're like, holy fuck! Like I could take somebody right now. Like I could go to the wilderness right now and take on somebody. You just felt like such a pro.
The confidence when I was younger, and I don't know if this is how it was for you, but going into the wilderness, you know what I mean? Because my best armor was like fucking Addy and like Rune and like Mithras. I'm like, yeah, I'm walking into the wilderness with Addy on, like no big deal. If I die, I fucking die. I don't know. And now I go into the wilderness, like because I play obviously like later into the game and I'm mid-level and stuff. I'm just like, no, wilderness, no. Like you just avoid it at all cost. I'm scared of that place.
I mean, I was terrified of the wilderness as a kid. I would sit on the kitchen table because our computer was out in the kitchen, and I'm sitting on this wooden chair with the vent blowing AC. So I'm already shivering cold as a kid with pretty much shirtless and pantsless probably because I used to walk around in my underwear. And so I'm sitting in my underwear on a wooden chair out in the wilderness at night, and all the lights are off, and I'm just sitting on the computer shaking unfucking controllably. Like my mouse can't even move properly. I'm just like my teeth are jittering because I'm just so terrified of any white dot on the map. Yeah, that was a very terrifying experience being young in the wilderness.
Oh, yeah. What a time though, because I remember when you'd walk into into the wilderness, like via Varrock, and all the people just standing there. It was like hundreds of people. And in the first like few levels of like the wilderness, like just so many fucking people. And you go there now from any of these like points of entry and it's just like dead. Like
they truly were good times that can never come again. Like we just can't. There's no way to ever recreate that because we're just older. But yeah, those were truly good times. I'd call my friend, and back in the day, you know, where like your home phone would fuck your internet up. by making
Absolutely.
calls. And so
Yeah.
I'm like,
AOL.com.
yeah. So I'd be on my friend's, or I'd be talking to my friend on the phone, and whenever I'd get an incoming call, just instantly hang up. And my mom was always like, okay, you can talk to your friend, but if you get another call, let me know because, I need to make some calls. And I would just always hang them up. And I was like, oh yeah, nobody called. Like 4 people called. I'm like, yeah, I just can't be bothered.
Oh my god. I was just thinking about the fact when you said how your computer used to be like in the middle of the house with access to like pretty much everyone.
Yeah.
So we had ours like by our laundry room, like chilling. We had this little hallway or whatever. And I'm just thinking about the fact how, you could just like so casually be on your computer when you're younger. And I was like, it was like AIM or AOL, but somebody like linked me some shit, right? And I'm obviously sitting on my computer. I'm playing RuneScape. Like, that's what I'm doing. And I get a link and I open it. Dumb old me. And do you remember how slow computers were back in the day? I mean, at least
I
mine
honestly
was.
don't. I honestly don't remember how slow they are because I still think computers are slow to this day. So like, they
Bro,
were just so much worse back
this
then.
thing, I don't know if my computer was slow or this was just like fucking marinating me because somebody sent me lemonparty.org in the middle of my living room, like little hallway thing.
I don't even know what that is, to be honest. Should I know what that is?
You really don't want to know what it is.
Okay, that's good.
But basically it's just something very sexual and disgusting that I won't get into specifics. You could ask me later if you want. But
sure.
Slowly loading on my computer. I minimize it because it's taking forever to load. I'm just like, fuck this. I'm going back to RuneScape.
Every image is just showing up like one by one. You're like, oh my god.
And I pull it up 10 minutes later. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about this link. And the fucking picture pops up in just like this public area, and I freak the fuck out. I am like in 5th grade. No female should see this, let me tell you. And I just go to that X so fucking quick to close it because, oh my god,
Yep.
I feel like chat will know, like, or whoever's watching this, listening to this, will know exactly what I'm talking about when I say lemonparty.org.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I can imagine what it is, but I don't even want to ask.
It's just like an orgy, basically, but
Thank you. No,
but the specifics of it, no.
Yeah. I remember the first time I got caught looking at something on the home computer.
Ew.
And I was probably like 11 or something, and I was at I was just at the kitchen computer, but nobody was home. Everyone was either at like a school meeting or something, or like my siblings were probably at some sort of activity, and my dad was at work or something. But my dad, little did I know, my dad actually could see what was on the computer remotely. So he could just see what was going on the computer home from his laptop at work.
Oh my god.
I'm looking up, whatever I looked up. And, well, I'll just tell you, it was Playboy. And that's literally what I looked up because that's the only thing I fucking knew. And so all of a sudden I got a call from my dad saying, son, get off the computer and go to bed. And I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck just happened? Like, how does he know? Anyway, I went to bed, and I was just terrified. Like, I barely could sleep. And my dad came in, and he's like, son, what were you trying to look up? And I was like, I was like thinking of excuses. Of course, I'm like 11 years old or whatnot. And I was like, I was trying to look up gameboy.com. Game Boy. And like, when you're a kid and you're just like making up excuses, but it's like, not fucking working. Yeah, that was my first experience with that. And, yeah, it's very scarring. Very.
That's tragic. I'm so sorry.
A lot of PTSD. Yeah.
I think man, I don't even know. Obviously, I'm a girl, so it's slightly different. But I do remember my brother in middle school. He I think like the internet provider, not the internet, like the TV provider or something, called my mom and told them that somebody was like trying to purchase like the Playboy or those like special like channels on TV. So like, bro, like Optimum, the provider, totally threw my brother under the bus. Like they were just like, yeah, someone in your house is trying to access these channels, and like, oh man, how embarrassing, like just being a middle schooler, like caught that way, he could have been like Rick with it, but they totally messed it up. They called my mom.
I just think what would life have been like if I just grew up without the internet? You know what I mean? Like I don't know, just we were like the first generation with it to be young growing up with that kind of stuff. And so I don't know, it's strange to me because I don't know. I'm honestly worried when I have kids, you know, whenever the hell that happens. Like what my kids are going to be having iPads in their hands probably at like age 2. Like what are you even supposed to, like, how are you supposed to do anything? How are you supposed to control? I guess, I don't know.
Yeah.
That whole thing,
No.
like the whole internet just having like full access to everything. And like there's like also terrifying sites as well you wouldn't hate your kids to see, but it's like shit.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I actually think that where we are at right now, with the internet is probably the biggest reason why mental health is on the rise the way it is, and at such young ages now. Because
Yeah.
I mean, I remember obviously like having normal anxiety and like depression at a young age and everything, but I just feel the extent to kids nowadays and like suicide rates and all that for even like third graders, like what on God is happening? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I attribute a huge part of that to the internet, because these parents are just allowing their children to see all of these things at ages that they don't understand. Like I tell my parents, because I have 4 younger siblings that are like under the age of 12. So they had asked me, "Hey, what do you think about you know, Cammy getting a cell phone and stuff?" And I was just like, you know, I really don't think he needs it until he starts doing after school programs and he stays late for like sports and stuff, because there's just no reason. Like he'll always be with an adult, and then at that point you'll be able to monitor him more. So when they got him a phone, because he was doing this stuff, they got my sister a phone, and my sister was like 6 at the time, like 7 at the time, and she's just so fucking bratty now with her cell phone. And I just attribute like some of that, like those, you know, just the way she acts and stuff, to social media and like being a bully sometimes, because she's gotten in trouble for being a bully, posting videos on TikTok that like aren't super nice.
Yep.
And I just don't think that my sister would be like that if it wasn't for the fact that she was on her phone at such a young age before she understood it. And that definitely like really fucking scares me for her and like just everyone else.
It's also like safety wise. I mean, when I got a Facebook, I was like 12 or 13, and yeah, Facebook was like the coolest thing in middle school, but every kid, I mean, back then it wasn't really that big. I mean, this is like 2008 or something. Like the internet was still relatively new, and nobody really was super harmful and like stuff like that online. And I just remember my Facebook, I would have everything public. I'd have my fucking phone number on there public, my address public. Like everything was public, because I'm just like, fuck it, you know, it was the internet. Let's like put all my information on there. But
oh my God, no.
yeah,
No, exactly.
Nowadays it's like, holy shit, what was I doing? But it didn't really matter back then. But I can only imagine how much that stuff actually can affect you nowadays to do that stuff when you're young.
Yeah, when I started streaming, I changed a lot of like my accounts, you know what I mean? Took information off, like blocked it. You totally erased it, made it something different, just so that I could be less findable, because as a streamer, you start to realize how scary it actually is to let people have your information.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no. I mean, even my sister, like, she posts a lot on TikTok, obviously. Sometimes she'll, like, have her camp shirt on, and I'm like, Katie, do not do any TikToks with your camp shirt on. Like, if they say where she goes to school, which camp she's in, because I just don't want anybody being able to find my sister. And you just don't think about that when you're at a young age. But of course I do, because I censor everything in my life on Instagram, on Snapchat, on Twitter, to just make sure that it just has no personal, like, identifiable information on it.
Yeah, it's weird how like, and the fact that technology is advancing so fast that it's impossible to even like keep up with all the safety precautions and stuff you'd probably want to be involved in. I don't know, it's weird. It stresses me out though, thinking of like, well, and the other thing, like when you were talking about mental health, I mean, we're just seeing like the most clickbaity things all time or sorry, all the time on Twitter and whatever other social media you're looking at. So your whole head is filled with like a bunch of crazy shit that's happening, a lot of like violence, a lot of like just horrible news that's happening. So that's all going into your brain. And then on top of that, there's obviously a lot of bullying that probably happens when you're a kid online as well. And then of course there's also photoshopping. So if you have like body image issues, then that's just exponentially increasing because you're seeing people with a bunch of filters on their face and thinking they're perfect. And it's like, Jesus.
Oh, absolutely. I actually have this like conspiracy theory that Snapchat's camera without a filter purposely makes you look like different, like let's say quote unquote uglier, so that you're forced to use the filters. I don't know if this is true or not, but like I know what I look like when I look in the mirror, you know, and then I see what I look like when I will take like a picture, and it makes me so uncomfortable. Like I hate the way I look, and so I feel like I have to use a filter. But it's so weird because if I look at myself in the mirror, I feel like I see myself more as the girl with that filter on her. And maybe it's not true, and maybe it's just, I don't know, lighting, like angles. But it's just really fucking weird to have to think to yourself, like, I can't post a picture unless there's a filter on it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Like, I'm pale as shit. And so, like, even when I barely ever use Snapchat, I'll send, like, a snap a week or something, or, like, maybe twice a week. But, yeah, I mean, even I'll just move over to a different shade where I look like a little bit more tan, you know, somewhat. But, like, I don't go, like, super ham on them. But I can definitely see where that stems from if you are constantly on it. Like, you want to be improving your image. And so, for example, if like your real life, you're, you know, maybe gaining some weight because of stress and other issues, last thing you want to do is have your social media presence also like representing that. So then like the filters and angles and stuff probably go on like thicker and stuff, and just like, I don't know, trying to upkeep your status, you know, on, I don't know, it's weird. But like for the past 4 years, I haven't had Facebook. I even deleted my Instagram app. I don't think I actually deactivated my Instagram, but I never used it anyway. I just got rid of it because I'm like, I don't want to be on these things. Twitter is a different thing because I like just have to use it, but like, yeah, I don't spend all my days on.
I completely agree.
Like now. I
feel like if I could definitely separate myself from social media without an issue. Obviously, I choose not to because I don't feel like I need to. But yeah, I use Twitter the most and very little like Instagram or Facebook. I hate Facebook. But the reason I hate Facebook is because my mom fucking tags me in every photo I'm either in or not in, by the way. So like I log into Facebook and it's just like, this person has tagged you in this photo, and then I have it where it doesn't go to my profile unless I agree to it, because my mom takes outrageous photos of me sometimes and then posts them, and I'm like, please fucking delete this, you know? So I have it where I approve it and everything, and it's just always like, you were tagged in this, you were tagged in this, you were tagged in this, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna get off of Facebook.
Yeah, I had to deactivate that before I even started streaming. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna keep my and I have a very, very unique name, so it's very easy to find me if anybody truly wanted to find me. So I try to keep things pretty personal. It's not like I'm trying to really hide anything. I don't want everyone to know every detail of my life, and then be able to grab things, because it has happened in my stream before, and it's like, Jesus.
Oh yeah, and you never know like what people will do with your information, you know, like just the intentions and everything. And like you, I have a super, super unique name. Like, who the hell is named Dancinella, you know? And then when you throw your last name into it, it's just even more unique. Just they'll find absolutely everything on you if you Google it. So I've worked pretty hard to attempt to keep my life private. And like you said, it's not because I don't want people to know about me. I feel like in general, I'm the most fucking open person. Like, you see it on Twitter, like you can hear it on Twitch, you know, there aren't that many secrets about me. I'm very open. So, but there's certain things like where my house is. I definitely don't want you to know where the fuck I live.
Yeah, it's just so strange the times we live in. I don't know. Sometimes I almost think I'm over exaggerating the like being super, super private, because I never was, and there's never been a problem. But I think it seriously is just you going out of your way to be in the public sphere. Like, you becoming a content creator, it changes everything. If you're just on social media, it's kind of fine to share a lot of things because you're pretty much associated with people around you anyway. But like, as soon as you put yourself in the public eye, it's over.
Yeah, no. I mean, I like to have some personal shit to myself, you know, or I like to share what I like to share, or when I want to share it, not under your terms. So, you know, I think I value the heck out of privacy and everything, and just try to be careful with what I put out there so that people can't use it against me, and just so I can establish some normalcy like outside of streaming. I'm not a big streamer, so but trust me, I obviously know what it's like to have creepy fucking people trying to like talk to you and get to know you and stuff. So even not as a big streamer, you just have to be careful at any view count.
Yeah, and I also have no idea what it's like to be a female streamer in a male-dominated platform. That's just like I don't even know the numbers, but the percentage of males on Twitch has got to just be like 90% or higher. Like, there's no way like it's any lower than that, right? Am I crazy?
Well, I wouldn't say necessarily like Twitch is super male dominated, because if you think about ASMR and you think of hot tub streams, so many women like fill that category out that it probably
like, I meant more like
balances
viewer.
out.
I meant more like viewer,
Oh.
like viewer
Okay,
wise.
yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I should have.
Viewer wise, definitely male dominated. RuneScape, definitely male dominated.
Yeah.
On a stream perspective and a viewer perspective, there's way more males out there.
So let me take a step back because I want to ask you this. Like, when you first started streaming up until now, like basically your whole streaming journey, what are things that you didn't realize you'd maybe have to deal with, or things that you had no idea streaming entailed? And it doesn't have to necessarily be bad, but like, I don't know. I think it inevitably kind of ends up being, I don't know. Just being a female creator, I guess, on Twitch over the years.
Well, I mean, not necessarily, not specific. I mean, to being a female, I definitely didn't think I would get to know as many people as I did, because I feel like I have just gotten to know so many people, either through Twitter or through like somebody's Twitch stream, or just people in my own community who are just there all the time. And I think that's like so amazing to just be able to vibe with people who like the same things as you, and especially like streamers. Like, streamer to streamer is different than like somebody who just watches people on Twitch and doesn't stream. You know what I mean? So it's nice to just know people who can understand you from that perspective. I feel like what I didn't realize as a streamer, maybe to an extent, how scary the internet can be, or how like depressing streaming can be, or being like somewhat of a public-ish figure, you know, on the internet, because I get so overwhelmed sometimes being a female streamer, because guys always just want to like slide into your DMs and message you, and I'm a super responsive person and I'm way too fucking nice. I like to answer everybody, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I find like sometimes I end up with so many unread messages between Discord and Twitter that I just don't answer people for 2 weeks because I'm so freaking overwhelmed. Because it's not like I just read your messages. When you guys message me, I don't just read it and I don't just like answer you to answer, for the most part. Like 90% of the time, no, that's not how it is. I genuinely take the time to get to know people who message me and talk and listen and respond thoughtfully. So if I don't feel like I can read your message and give you a genuine, thoughtful answer, then I just won't open my DMs. But then it starts to get overwhelming when I see how many DMs I've stacked up now, and people will actually get mad at me when I don't respond to them, because I don't know, that sucks.
It does suck, but they have to understand, because it's the same thing with me. Like, when you're first starting out as a creator, I mean, you only got like a few people that are talking to you, and it's totally fine. It's manageable. And then if your stream grows, you just meet new people and they're interested. And I'm assuming because you are just a super awesome person, people probably want to talk to you. And the fact that you're really nice and responsive probably makes it even more enticing to like just message you or just anything, you know? And I'll even get DMs from people usually asking questions about RuneScape. things that would genuinely take 15 minutes of my time to explain and to answer further questions and things like that, because I'll get a bunch of DMs like literally asking about a skilling method I posted 2 years ago, and they're like trying to go in depth, and I'm like, I would love to answer this, but it's seriously, I just can't. Like, I'm not gonna sit down here for 15 or 20 minutes or even sometimes 30 minutes unpaid like answering every question of yours, as much as I would love to do it if I had like unlimited time and unlimited energy. But like, you just can't do that. Especially, I mean, I've even over the past like year and a half, I've had to turn off my RuneScape DMs, because like off stream I'd have like, you know, again, not to flex like, oh, so many people want to talk to me, but when you turn it off for so long and then you turn it on, everyone wants to like just say hi and stuff or ask a question or say. And then the RuneScape DMs are the most painful thing to navigate ever, because you're trying to tab to people and then you start replying to the wrong people, and there's like 80 messages going on and you're like trying to respond to certain people and you're just like, holy fuck. So I leave it to Discord only and Twitter, and yeah, it's the same thing. People get butthurt at you if you don't reply, and it's just like, you just gotta understand, like, it's not like I'm not doing anything with my life and I'm just waiting for your message.
Yeah.
I got stuff.
It's you have to be in the right mindset, like I said,
yes,
to be able to do it. You have to be like ready to get like in depth. If you're just having a down day where your mental health just isn't feeling right, like it's probably not the best day to read your DMs. It's not that I don't care about the people who are messaging me. It's just like for the sake of being a good person and a good friend, I don't want to give you some bullshit answer that's just like, okay, stop talking to me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Especially because I know as soon as I answer you, you're going to respond back to me anyway.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
and then there's more to it. It's not like it's over. I finished this task. It's like, no, you're just extending it further now.
Yes, exactly. So at least the least I could do if we're going to have a genuine conversation with each other is actually put thought into my freaking response to you, and not do it when I'm in a bad mood and I'm just like, yeah, okay, like, you know. But that's also just such a bad quality to have, because I feel like I overwhelm myself. I spread myself thin trying to be this personable, like relatable person in the community, and here I am just like soaking everyone's problems, and I have my own problems and I have my own full-time job on top of part-time streaming and everything. So it's just like, I would love to hear all your, you know, issues and everything and respond to all of them.
Yeah.
But man,
it's
like,
just impossible. It's not feasible.
It's so hard. But actually, I was thinking about something that you said, that people messaging you because they want to talk more about your videos, like more in depth and stuff. Have you thought of maybe making a follow-up video to certain like strategies and stuff, and maybe answering those questions that people ask you, so that you can kind of hit the nail, you know, on the head
that
in
would
one
be a great
shot?
idea.
Yeah, just an idea.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that actually would be a good idea. Usually, like, some of my rambles I've even made have just been multiple questions that have been asked, or multiple ideas that have kind of been shared in my DMs. And I'm like, instead of responding to them, which, you know, I could just respond to them, but I'm like, I'll just make a video of it, and then hopefully that'll be the end of it. But yeah, I mean, that would be a good idea. I want to ask you about like mental health with streaming. Do you think your mental health has gotten better or worse just overall with streaming? And I know there's so much more nuance to that, like life in general. Like, there's so many complications that could just complicate that answer. But like, do you think streaming's a good thing? Do you think the parasocial sort of relationship you kind of inevitably build with viewers is like a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a good thing if you set boundaries for yourself and others where you can make it a good thing. And if you don't do that, then you're just asking to probably have a bad time and lower your mental health. I mean, I feel like I wouldn't say my mental health has gone down from streaming. I think if anything, and this could not be related to streaming necessarily, but when I started streaming, you actually asked me this question earlier, why I started streaming. So I'll get into that with this. So I started streaming because I had just bought my house, and I had been like a CVS manager, and I hated it, absolutely hated it. And I just ended up quitting my job because I just said, fuck retail, fuck all this.
I
Yeah, and
love
I was
that.
just like, but I had just closed on my house. Like, I'm not talking
Oh,
like renting, like I'm talking like owning. Like I closed on my fucking house. So like now I have a mortgage and I just quit my freaking job, you know?
yeah.
So that put like a lot of like anxiety and pressure on me, and I wasn't doing anything at the time because I was trying to find a job. So I decided to start streaming because I had nothing to do. And that's why I started streaming.
Mm.
Now, my first year of streaming, I had actually that same summer suffered my first panic attack ever, and it really really fucked me up. That's I had to stop like smoking like weed because of it, because I was constantly anxious. I couldn't watch certain shows like Grey's Anatomy because I started to just think that like everything that was wrong with this person was wrong with me, you know?
Yeah.
Um like super psychosomatic. And if my heart started beating a little faster, if I started to feel hot, anything that reminded me of like what it was like going through this panic attack, the feeling of it, I had to just like try to cut it from my life. And so my first year was actually really, really bad mental health wise because I was constantly in and out of the doctor taking like hard exams to make sure there wasn't actually something wrong with me. Um, so I'd say my first year, because of that, was really bad. And if I was in a bad place, it actually was more so because of that. But then that kind of made me realize, like, the kind of person I wanted to be, or the things I wanted to do in my day, and like the breaks I needed to take here and there. Like just pretty much understanding myself as a person better, like when I need to like get away and when I'm good enough to kind of like come into the community and put my all into it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yep.
So I think in that sense, streaming has helped me when I know I'm not feeling great, being like, okay, we're not gonna like stream today, we're just gonna chill. Or if I'm laying on the bed, I'm like, hey, I'm super comfortable. Like, I really don't feel like streaming today anymore. Just being like, fuck it, I'm not gonna stream. You know, like just putting myself first. And I think that that's a super valuable life lesson that I've learned because not enough people do that on a day to day like basis. So something as silly as streaming RuneScape helped me like learn something about myself, learn a coping, mechanism and stuff that maybe wouldn't have been the same if I wasn't streaming.
What do you think would be like the best piece of advice for a new streamer? Because you've obviously gone through streaming and you probably, I mean, like what you just said, you had kind of a rough year with the first year. Like, is there anything you'd want to change or some advice you'd want to give to somebody that's starting out that you feel like would have helped you?
I feel like, God, this could go so many directions, like from a mental health direction or just like a how do you become a better streamer, you know what I
Yeah, yeah,
mean?
yeah.
But I guess something that could in a way tie into like self-esteem and stuff is not looking at that viewer count number, and also being okay with silence, because I know I actually talked to a bigger streamer who tells me that like he feels some type of way sometimes when just nobody is talking in chat. And I know the feeling because obviously I go through that a
Same.
lot. Um and you start to feel self-conscious, like is it me, are they watching other people, like am I not entertaining, like what's going on, blah blah blah. So I think what I always tell people is to try to just kind of like appreciate that silence and just hanging out and be yourself still within that, because I think people could just sense when you're forcing yourself to talk because you want to drive in conversation. Um, but just like I said, being comfortable, understanding that at times it's just going to be quiet, and it doesn't necessarily mean that people aren't watching you or they're not into your content, because I find especially like with my art streams, people aren't always talking, but they're vibing, you know what I mean? They're vibing
Mm-hmm.
to your music. If you ask a question, they might answer, they might pop in, but they're vibing with you. So it's like, imagine the two of you simultaneously are just listening to music, playing RuneScape, grinding the game, and it's just like chill as fuck,
Yep.
and
Yep.
just enjoy that, It doesn't need to be more.
I agree with that. It's always like hard because in your head, you're trying to think of how your viewer feels.
Hmm.
And so that ends up being like really stressful because you're like, I need to
Yeah.
do something. You imagine this viewer that's just aching for some entertainment and you're like chilling, like you're in a great vibe, a great space right now because you've already streamed for a little bit and you have like this dead air and you're like, okay, let me just chill to this music. But at least for me, I always just think like I gotta start being louder or something. Like I gotta start making a conversation with myself, which is just awkward and unnatural, where I could just chill for, a couple minutes when it's silent and just relax. Because I'm in a stream and honestly, usually when I'm in streams, I'll say hello or something and then I'll chill and I just won't type again, but I'm like there watching and I'm there just like hanging out,
Exactly. So. Like, you know what I mean? Your viewer count is there,
Yep.
They're vibing, they're just not saying anything. I feel like a lot of people are lurkers. I could either be a like super hard lurker in a chat or I could be super fucking active and, Nella shenanigans in chat.
Yep.
It just depends on like what my mood is.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I like it'll be so quiet I'll actually forget I'm streaming. I'm like, oh fuck, like I'm genuinely actually streaming right now,
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah. No, it's really cool to like stream, honestly. It's like it's a really cool experience. I'm glad I'm a streamer. Like I never thought I could be a streamer either. I remember like back in 2015 when I started watching Twitch. Mm-hmm. I just remember seeing streamers as like different people, kind of like actors, Like, oh, they're an actor or they're a streamer. Like they're built different. They're just a different breed of people,
They're built different.
Like, you know what I mean though? Like it almost seems like a different breed of people. It's just like, oh, they're content creators, they're millionaires, or I mean, usually when I thought of like Twitch streamers, I'd think of like the big dogs, that are just like, how do they even get to that point? They're just all of a sudden a streamer, Like they're just Because I mean, even in the RuneScape section, I would watch most streams I'd watch would have over 100 viewers. So I'm like, oh, they just started streaming and then boom, they're popular. So, but no, it's really cool that you just kind of dive into it and it's not easy. It's not quick and everyone goes at their own pace, but it's like, it's really cool to just have that experience and have that community and stuff.
Yeah, I actually think people think it's so easy being like a female streamer because it's just like, oh yeah, you're like a female, like it's so fucking easy for you. Like, first of all, streaming is not easy for anybody by any means. It's
work.
It's work. Like I work all day and then I come home and I'm like, man, I gotta like stream. To me, it feels like work sometimes. It's not always like, yes, I do have fun while I'm doing it, but it's still work. Mm-hmm. It's still substituting something else you could be doing in your life to be on the computer. Or like just hanging out in Discord in a voice call with your friends instead of like actually like being live. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you're trading time in your life to do it, and it's not by any means like easy at all. And it's not as easy to be a girl streamer as people say it is because you have like fucking tits and shit. I'll never fully understand the argument. Like I get what you're trying to say. Like the only thing I will say is that I think it's easier to be a female streamer in the beginning to like get the followers and all that stuff and people to come into your chat, but to actually keep people in your chat like on a day-to-day basis, that shit is not fucking easy at all. Like you either have to be insanely good at the game or insanely attractive that people don't give a fuck, or you just have to like have a super awesome like personality that people stay around, you know what I mean? And I feel like for males it's not the same, you know what I mean? Like they're pretty much there for like they're not there so much for your looks. They're there for like either you're a super awesome person, whether you're a noob, or you're like a really good like freaking player that knows what they're doing and they're in there and they're learning from you and that. But like that extra piece for being a female also, that like there's a chance that like people are just watching you because they're like fucking hot. Like I don't know. Like it's just stupid to me.
No, it is interesting.
Yeah.
It I don't know. I think there's like equally pros and cons to each. I'm trying to like keep both sexes very equal right now, but it's like no, but you're totally right. They're different, but at the same time like both struggle cuz men just struggle, like generally speaking, will struggle to even take off, but they don't really have that big of a struggle once they're like known. There's not like I don't know. I feel like with females, like what you said, they pop off and then they have this like expectation to like keep that, and it's like, oh shit, like because it went way faster, like they exploded rather than just a very very slow growth generally. And again,
well, I think like to better say what I said before, like I think men struggle with content like keeping people around for content.
Mm.
Whereas like I feel like it's a little different for females because mostly for like in the guy community, I don't feel like guys are gonna be like, well, I'm gonna stick around because this man is like fucking handsome. Like, you know what I mean? And if you're a shit player, quote unquote, at the game, people don't want to watch you because they think that you're shit at the game. You know what I mean? Unless they just happen to like you or whatever, which is like totally okay. But you know what I mean? For the most part, you're gonna watch somebody who like pushes you to be a better player or who teaches you something or is really fucking good at something in the game. So I feel like men are struggling content-wise because there's so many men putting the same amount of content out there that you have to be better than the next person, or you have to have just like a bomb-ass personality that you win people over like that. And like women, it's like it's super mixed, you know what I mean? You could be an insanely good female player and you just rock at like 5 views all the time. Or you could be like a really, really attractive female who's like not good at the game, and that's why people watch you. And you could also be an attractive female that's really fucking good at the game, and people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's I don't know.
It is. I don't know. It's very. I don't know anything what it's like to be a girl streamer. Obviously, I'm not a girl, but like, yeah. I've seen things. But no, you know what's really weird is, okay, so let me ask you this question. This might sound weird, but if this is like, I don't know if this is inappropriate or not, but if it was like up to watching a guy streamer or a girl streamer, who would you watch? Like if you're just talking about like two equally good gamers or whatever, like would you watch a guy or a girl? Just I know that switches, but like, is that an appropriate question to ask? I don't know.
It's
like a RuneScape
me,
streamer.
like nothing bothers me.
Yeah.
For the most part, I'm gonna watch guys, and this is going back to that thing where I said like, all right, I don't want to be like, this is not in any way like fucked up. This is just my preference as a person that plays this game and interacts in Twitch. I don't like watching so much like main game females. And the only reason is because I play in Ironman, obviously. So I've learned the game from the Ironman perspective, and I couldn't buy anything in the game. So I've learned the game up until this point, like on my own, like everything on my own, not given to me. And I'm not saying that like females just get shit, but you know how it is. Like guys, when you start playing the game, they give you money, they loan you their gear. Like if you want to go do Jad, somebody will give you like their T-bow, their blowpipe, like full fucking maxed out gear, and it's so fucking easy to do Jad. It's so much easier to do these things, whereas I approach certain content in the game typically lower gear than most players would. Like people come into my chat all the time and they're like, oh, I wouldn't even do Chambers of Zarek if I didn't have a Dragon Warhammer. Like, why are you even doing this? This is a waste of time. You don't have this and that.
Yeah.
So I've always done everything with like lower tier gear than most people would even do content. So I just like to see that as well. Like people who have also kind of dealt with that kind of gameplay as me, where it's just you learn from the very bottom, and then when you get the good gear, right, when you like get the higher tiered stuff, then you're just better at the game because you've learned it in a harder way, and now you have the good gear and it's even easier for you. You know what I mean? And now you can like master the game in that sense, if that makes sense.
You know how I found your stream and why I like chilled in there is because you were an Ironman.
Ayo.
Like I actually really enjoy when a female streamer does things herself, because it is a lot more popular for a girl streamer to just take donations and stuff like that and then just like sit at the Grand Exchange and like do nothing in the game, and it's like, all right. But,
stand at the GE, like hand out bonds,
like
take
follow
money,
people and shit. Like,
please, just like for anybody listening, I am not saying that if you have a main game account that you can't be like a good female at the game. That not at all am I saying that, because oh my god, we have some amazing women on the platform who are so fucking good at the game, and it's not an Ironman account. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you still fucking learn the game, the skills. It's just, for me, I just enjoy getting everything, like, on my own, you know what I mean? And not having to buy it and starting at a lower, like, level than being able to, you know, get the good gear.
Yeah.
You know?
And let me also just state, like, that was just my opinion. And probably a lot of it stems from me being an Ironman as well and just loving Ironman mode. So, yeah. It's not to say everyone feels that way.
No. Absolutely.
In fact, the numbers show the exact opposite. It would be yeah, like anyway. Here's a question from Oreo, actually, just kind of moving on topics. We can go back to it if we want, but Oreo asks, if you snack/eat on stream, what is the go-to never fail food/meal?
Like snack wise,
I guess
I'm
so,
gonna
yeah.
say
Yeah.
snack wise is 100% goldfish. I'll be
Flavor
like,
blasted?
I actually don't like flavor blasted as much as I like the regular ones.
I don't even like
The-
goldfish that much, to be honest. So,
Really?
yeah,
I don't know. I love goldfish so much, and I like the colorful ones because they taste the same. I'm not super into like, the Parmesan and the
Yeah.
flavor blasted and all that. Like, I'm an original girl, like it's OG as fuck. And then sometimes near my stream, I'll have, the big bucket of goldfish, like the big
Carton.
milk carton
Yeah.
looking. Yeah.
Yeah.
That, like, sometimes almost religiously, like, lives near my desk. Not right now, actually. I guess I ate all my goldfish. But yeah, that's definitely a snack that I love. And meal-wise, hate to say it, but like fucking Taco Bell. My chat knows how much I love Taco Bell.
Taco Bell used to be so good. Maybe it's just the restaurants around here that are just horrible quality, but like every fast food around here kind of sucks ass. Like, they just don't put
nothing's
much effort
great.
in. Taco Bell used to slap, and maybe it was just because I was young and like anything that was greasy and just super salty was just fucking delicious.
Yeah.
That's probably actually what it was, me being a child. But like nowadays, oh my god, it's like every Taco Bell burrito I get is already warm. It's not even hot anymore. The cream's all on one end. I'm like, Jesus, like fix your burrito. They're not even grilled either. They're just like this sad looking cold tortilla at this point. It's like, dude, fix your.
Taco Bell's not that bad, at least. Like,
It's bad here.
I enjoy it. I think the thing that was popping about Taco Bell back in the day, at least mine had the Pizza Hut with it. So you could go between like Pizza Hut or Taco Bell, and I'm sorry, an actual Pizza Hut store does not do justice to fucking Taco Bell Pizza Hut Express, where it's just like you can only order 4 things. You can only get either the plain pizza, the pepperoni pizza, the signature pizza, or the breadsticks.
Yeah.
That's it. Nothing else, no more choices. And it was phenomenal.
I love it. Yeah, I actually got rid of snacks by my desk and stuff, and I never eat on stream. Like, if I am doing a long stream, which I'm planning on this Saturday, I'm doing a 24. Fuck me. I'm just like, 24 hours.
Look.
Have you ever done a 24-hour?
Yeah, I have.
They are hell. I hate
Twice.
them.
I think I painted your painting during a 24-hour.
How do you feel at the last 4 hours? Do you just like hate yourself? Like,
I
get so
you're
tired
not
and
even
cranky.
there.
Yeah,
You're
my eyes are
physically
shutting.
there, but you're not mentally there.
Yeah, it's awful.
It's rough. I tell people that you get tired around 15 hours, and that 18-hour mark like really starts to like fuck you up, man.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yeah. No.
Oh, it's so bad for me. I struggle. Like, I need my sleep. I get 9.5 hours of sleep a night. Like, I literally do. Like, that's my natural thing without setting an alarm. Like, I will, I don't know, regularly get 9.5 hours of sleep. I've noticed.
Oh my god, you are so good. If I get 6 hours, I'm lucky.
I don't know what's better. Like, obviously, I've heard a lot of studies and stuff that are saying the more sleep, the better. Which I agree with, I guess. But sometimes I'm like, damn, like, it would be kind of cool to get used to maybe 7 hours and then, like, just have more time in your day, because, I don't know, sometimes I just feel like my day is shorter. Because this has been a thing for, like, all of this year. I've been getting almost 10 hours of sleep every single night.
Jesus. Oh my god, I feel like I would be so groggy.
I'm not, though. That's the thing. I'm like perfect.
No?
I like wake up really nice, and I never wake up in the middle of the night either.
Oh my god.
Like, I'm like a beauty sleeper at this point. It's really nice. And I have exercise to thank for that, I think.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Like, that just
makes
puts
you
you
smart.
asleep. It puts you asleep like a baby as long as you're pretty consistent with it.
Yeah,
Which
no.
I did, which I wasn't consistent with in 2021 and 2020. I
I was gonna
slept
say.
like shit. I slept
Yeah,
like
no.
shit.
Yeah, I get like 6 hours. 9 hours is maybe like once a week, like Friday into Saturday or Saturday into Sunday. But like usually I wake up super groggy. I feel like I've wasted my day at that point because of how much I sleep. And I don't know, it just doesn't work for me. I'm more of a 6 to 7 hour kind of person. But I do think they say that like when you're young and when you're older, I think you're supposed to get more sleep. And then somewhere in that middle age, I think less is good for you. I don't really know. I know it depends on your age though, but that also could be completely bullshit because every person is different.
Yeah, every person's different, but I've definitely heard like when your brain's growing, like for men up to like 25, you really should be getting like 8 hours.
Oh
Like
yeah.
just
I feel like when you're in
development wise.
school, like if you want to like learn better in school, you definitely need to
Yeah.
eat a
Like
good breakfast and
yeah.
have good sleep.
Yeah. No, I mean, when I started streaming, I was trying to keep up my like healthy routine because I built up some good habits in college, and then I slowly let them slip away, where I just became this lazy sack of shit, which is really convenient to get into when you're living a bachelor life and you're just
Yeah.
like have no fucking responsibilities hardly.
And when you're a streamer and you
Yeah,
can just
exactly. No responsibilities. Like
who's wait,
no one to
who's
answer to whatsoever.
who's this guy I'm thinking of? Is it Skank Hunt 42 from South Park or something? Do you watch South Park?
I mean, I've seen plenty of episodes. I was never like a regular watcher of it though.
Oh no, wait, is it no? Okay, Skank Hunt 42 I think is one of the kids like dads. But I'm thinking more so of like there's like this overweight guy who's just like on the computer all fucking day. That's just like what I pictured.
Yep. Now that was me for a bit, and like I would constantly go through these ruts of like, okay, I got to get back into shape. Like I got to get my shit together, you know? It was constantly this thing. I swear it felt like every 2 weeks. It was every 2 weeks I'd have this huge motivational wave that's like, all right, time to get your shit together, man. And then that would last for like 3 or 4 days. And then
Yeah.
a week and a half of total dog shit again. And then I'd relive that whole motivation thing again. I was like, can I just get out of this rut of just constantly being motivated every like twice a month and then just like going to total degeneracy again for 75% of it? Like, so.
I'm like that too. I'll start off really good and then something will interrupt my flow. Like recently I went on vacation. Like I had my birthday stream and everything. And
Happy
then I went
birthday.
on thank you. I had like a mini vacation. I went to Hershey Park and then getting back into the groove of like going to the track every day was terrible.
Yeah.
And then now I just went on vacation to Maine for like 4 days. I got back on what day did I got back on like Wednesday. I still haven't gone to the track and it's fucking Tuesday. Like
Yeah.
I gotta get there again. It's so hard though. I'm like, yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I've been in a really good place like the past few months, mainly because I haven't had anything that's been fucking my schedule up. Like I don't
Yeah.
have any like vacations or anything like recently. And so my schedule has been very consistent and I just know what my day is. It's like, do I stream or do I not stream? That's
Yeah.
like the hardest question for me. Like I know it's a very oversimplification of my life, but generally that's pretty much what I think.
mean,
But
as a full-time streamer, I think that's super like valid. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, like I could always be doing more. In fact, this is really funny. I was talking to my dad because I barely get any social interaction outside. In fact, like none, basically. Yeah, zero. Yeah, I just realized it's zero. So I get no human interaction, like actual human in-person interaction, besides my brothers and besides the occasional like person that comes by or whatever. But I don't have any friends out here because I grew up in Oregon and I live in Alabama and I moved to Alabama as a streamer. And so like I just never got outside. So
Yeah, no.
my
Not
dad
making
was
new
like,
friends.
you should go get a part-time job and just work for like 12 hours a week and just like just be an excuse to just meet some people, but don't even take the job seriously at all and don't even worry about the pay or whatever, you know, just go there for some like interaction. You know?
Actually,
I was like,
I'm
that's
not
a
gonna
great
lie.
idea.
That's actually such a good idea.
I
If
know,
that was
that's
me,
what I was
if
thinking.
I was you, and not because I'm biased or anything, I would totally do something with animals. You know what I mean? Like
Oh, I
even if
can't.
it's just
I
volunteer.
couldn't.
Are
I
you
couldn't.
allergic to like?
I'm so allergic to cats and
Oh
I'm allergic
fuck,
to animal fur in general, I think.
man.
Dude, if I go to a Petco or some sort of pet shop, I start sneezing when I leave if I'm in there for more than like 5 minutes.
Damn it.
Yeah, it's bad. It sucks.
Or well, maybe something else that's just like volunteer and not necessarily even paid. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
no, that would
you
be
go
cool
either
too.
way. I feel
No,
like volunteer
seriously.
would be so much more fulfilling for your soul.
No, I mean volunteering would be amazing. I would want it to be because like I've volunteered at like food banks and stuff
Oh
before.
yeah.
And like food banks are just awesome because they're a cleanly environment, so you're not just like picking up shit and stuff all day, you know? Like
Mhm.
I'm sorry, like that's just not what I would want to choose my time doing. But doing volunteer work is totally cool as long as you're just, you know, having fun and just
Yeah.
hanging out with some new people that are also volunteers. I just feel like a job would be more consistent to like really get to know a person. Like if you have like a coworker, because volunteering is
That's
like hit or
true.
miss, like who's going there or whatnot, you know. But you are
True.
right with the volunteering being a huge variety of people
Yeah.
that you would
I
end up
mean,
meeting.
there also might be people who constantly volunteer,
Yeah,
and then
yeah, that's
those are
true.
the people that
Regulars,
you would,
and
yeah,
I'd
like
end up
those
being a
regular.
regular. Yeah.
Yeah, a
No,
regular Sae Bae.
you're totally right though. I mean, there's so many like I don't know. There's so many things I could do around my city and stuff. Just like
Yeah.
meet
And
people,
then
but I just don't. I'm like, God, what is wrong with me?
maybe on like the third volunteer or day of work, you'd be like, "Yo, so do you play RuneScape?" And they'll be like, "What the fuck is RuneScape?"
They're
And you'd
like,
be like,
I'm not your
never
friend
mind."
anymore. I'm not your friend. Yeah.
Like, man, I ruined the social interaction trying to bring RuneScape into it.
Yeah. No, you know what is cool though is like I remember being ashamed of letting anyone know I played RuneScape.
Ah,
And to be honest,
yeah.
it's not like I've had any or any experience with talking to any new people about it. So I guess I don't really know, but I have a feeling that I am not ashamed to like say I played RuneScape. You know.
I feel like you should be. I mean, I'm actually good friends with Travis 42, obviously,
Yeah.
and
King.
King. Seriously, love him so much. But I remember talking to him once, and he just kind of like told me that he had a girlfriend that he didn't want to tell, like that he played RuneScape because he was so. I don't know if it was. I don't
Ashamed of
remember if it
it.
was like embarrassed, but I think he just didn't want her to know that he played video games.
Yep. Yep.
And I was just like, you 100% like need to be in a relationship where you're just like not hiding yourself like at all from a person, because if they just like can't accept you for
Yeah.
what you are, like who you are, what you do, they're just like literally not worth having. You know what I mean? Like, and especially if RuneScape is such a big part of your life, or not necessarily RuneScape, but like gaming in general, like you have to be with somebody who is totally understandable
Yep.
of that. And there is somebody out there who will be, like, even if they don't necessarily play video games, is understanding of like you want to be hanging out with your guy friends online for like 2 hours or something like that. You know what I mean? Like you need that for your own mental health also.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. You should. Why would you? I don't know. I just feel like that's like the most toxic relationship to like a thing you do a large portion of the day you have to completely hide or you have to be like
Yeah.
ashamed of. Like, what kind of fucking relationship is that? Like,
That would
unless,
be so exhausting.
like I can understand in a situation where a guy is playing RuneScape because they're depressed and that's how they like get their I don't know, that's how they cope with it or something, and they want to quit, like that's their objective, and so they get a girlfriend, and the first time meeting, he's trying to hide it because he's trying to quit or something. Like, I
Oh
can
yeah,
understand
yeah.
that, but if it's genuinely going to be a part of your life and you understand that, well,
Mhm.
there's no reason to hide that.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, you just can't be with a person who's not going to be like, hey, yeah, you can play video games. It's just not going to work. You're
Yeah.
not going to be happy. They're not going to be happy. So, what do you want to like resent each other in 10 years? Because,
Yeah.
and that's just, I mean, that's just like a small problem. If that's one small problem in the beginning of your relationship, just think about how that transpires like over time, because then that's just going to be the general like way like dynamic of your relationship. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like people sacrificing things for the other person but feeling like upset about it, and then like negatively feeling towards their partner at some point, you know what I mean? Because you didn't tell them how you felt, or you decided to be with somebody who just didn't understand you for who you were. I mean, like
Yeah.
in the deepest sense, or the silliest sense of like RuneScape and gaming, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It is interesting. I don't know. RuneScape, I mean, just saying the word RuneScape is pretty cringe. I'm not going to lie. If you're just like, I play RuneScape. Like, what the fuck? Like, I play Dungeons and Dragons. You know, it's just like socially. I feel like people are like socially as well, like used to just making fun of nerds. I don't know. At least that used to be the thing. I don't think most people when they're adults really care anymore. But when you're growing up, you know, doing
Yeah,
nerdy things is not something to be proud of.
yeah. I was always known as the nerd though, so I guess
But you
That's
embraced
just
it. You're
oh,
you're more of an
totally.
independent individual, and you could just like take it. But like a lot of people are very self-conscious about like who they are because they don't know who they are when they're young, and so
Yeah,
they try
yeah.
to fit in with a lot of things.
You know.
You do seem like a very independent person, actually. I don't like. Obviously, we've never met in person, but everything I know about you, you seem very like you're true to yourself, which is a very good trait to have as a person.
I try to be. I feel like I can also very much not be at the same time. It depends on what, but I think from like knowing myself and from a responsibility standpoint, I'm super independent because that's kind of just how I grew up in life. You know, my
Mm-hmm.
parents weren't really around a lot, so I was alone. And so I kind of had to like grow up without, I wouldn't say like without parents because I don't want to, make it seem like that, but just that aspect of kind of learning things on your own and dealing with things emotionally on your own because your parents didn't understand you or they were very, I don't know, like my mom is like super fucking Christian. And so just so many rules, what they want you to do, what they don't want you to do. And you just don't feel like you have a relationship with them. And then the fact that like my mom worked all the time, literally as a single mom. So she was never home. And then my dad like lived in Hawaii. He like moved to Hawaii. It was like no parental figures. So
Mm-hmm.
I feel like all I've ever known is kind of being independent to a sense.
Yeah. Interesting. Here's a little topic about, well, it's kind of a random topic, but Candy asks, what's the most Nutella you have consumed in one sitting? Any plan for future cosplays like Konar or Maiden of Sugadinti? Also, we never really covered the Nutella thing. When I asked, I know it was not premeditated by you whatsoever when I asked, like, what are you known for? But Nutella is definitely one of them with your...
I guess so. I feel like I see that one a lot less. Like, yes, because of my name, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And everyone's just like, oh yeah, like Nutella. So be like, oh, what's your name? And I'm like, Antonella. And they're like, oh, Nutella. And I'm like, Antonella,
Yeah.
And they're like, I call you Nutella. Like everybody wants to call me Nutella, I guess just because
Mm-hmm.
it plays like on the word, kind of. That's pretty much how I got the whole Nutella thing. So, I mean, I guess I am known for that, but I feel it's not as like I don't feel like it's that
Yeah.
big at the same time, if that makes sense. As for how much have I consumed in
Are you
one
a fan of
sitting,
Nutella, first of all?
I do
Okay,
like
that's good.
Nutella. It's delicious.
It's
Like
candy. It's
it's
literally just like candy oil.
it's so good.
Give me this.
I genuinely on a day-to-day basis do not consume Nutella, but I like to get crepes sometimes in the city. There's like this
Yeah.
little spot I love. And I get this crepe that's strawberries,
Oh.
bananas, Nutella, vanilla ice cream and whipped cream, and oh, it's so like amazing. And in those moments I cherish Nutella so much. And when I make my own homemade crepes, I also use Nutella. So that's probably the only time I eat Nutella with
Yeah.
crepes.
I have to
Yeah.
avoid Nutella because it's so fucking bad for me.
Oh.
Like, I will down one of those things.
It is delicious. You know what I love? The little stick things. It's like half
Oh,
Nutella
yep,
and
yep.
then
I
half.
know what you're talking
Yeah. Ooh, yum.
about.
Yeah, I love those.
I never get those because they're a waste of fucking money. They're so expensive for so little Nutella. But the convenience factor is definitely there.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Me, like, I would buy Nutella back in like my phase where I would just buy whatever the fuck I felt like eating at a grocery store trip, you know? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like peak bachelor life. You just eat whatever your like mouth wants at the time.
Lunchables. Sorry.
So I'd buy like a huge thing of Nutella, and like I just remember multiple times. I mean, this has happened multiple times a week, just waking up at like 1 a.m. or something and just like, I fucking want Nutella, and just go make some Nutella bread, just to cake that shit off. Like,
Bro,
I'm like,
people
what am I
love
doing?
Nutella bread. I've never like done that.
Oh,
People
it's
do like
so good.
bananas also. I don't know. I should try it one day.
I just put Nutella on like white bread, just some soft bread. And I don't do that anymore because I know it's literally like eating multiple candy bars like at once, because that thing is I cake mine up. That's a problem.
I was gonna say that's like the stickiest thing ever because not only is white bread so sticky, like it sticks to the roof of your mouth, it sticks to your teeth, and you got
That's
Nutella
the
on that.
beauty,
You're
though.
just like
That's the beauty. You just take huge bites. You just let it cream up in your mouth, and you're just like, oh, Jesus, this is gonna be
Dude.
stuck in my teeth forever.
the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
You can't. Oh no, it's super sticky, but yeah, no, Nutella's great. I don't consume too much of it. Any future plans for cosplays? I've thought about Konar. I feel like Konar definitely would be a lot harder than Neve, so it would definitely take time to plan. I got like a poison ivy kind of like cosplay, you know what I mean? I haven't thought too deep on it. I definitely would want to. I feel like I have the creativity for it, but I'm also super like insecure and I'm just like, what if it doesn't come out good, And I just don't even want to do it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But definitely if I do it, it probably would be like a special event or like a subathon or something of the sorts.
I don't know what age it was where I just stopped I hated putting on costumes. It was probably when I turned 12 and started like developing insecurities because people became bullies at that age. But it's like, yeah, I remember just every Halloween, I'd be that cool kid that's like, I'm not going to wear a costume, but I'm still going to go trick-or-treating. Like, what, like, or you just say like, oh, I'm dressed up as this guy. You just wear some like t-shirt with some graphic on it. And you're like, I'm this guy. You're like, I was such a party pooper, and now I don't know why. I just have never worn costumes in over a decade now. Every Halloween, just don't do anything for it.
I feel like I always felt like a little awkward, like in high school, especially. Not so much middle school, but in high school, like showing up, with a costume because you're like, who's gonna wear a costume? Who's not? Because you're in high school at this point, and it becomes so different. And then I walk around the rest of the day feeling like everybody's like freaking watching me, even though I'm not the only one in a costume. Like,
yeah,
like just insecure, like with myself.
Yeah.
But no, I get it. I was like that too. And then one day you just stop trick or treating, and then you realize you're actually old and boring.
Yeah, no, I think the last year I went trick or treating was when I was 16, and I was like, I'm already so old for this. But we would go to like the rich neighborhoods and like go early and like jack all the king size candy bars and stuff at houses where they just leave out a pot. Take one, please. I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm just a piece of shit. I'm a 16-year-old dude with a bunch of other 16-year-old dudes. We're gonna be the most bully pieces of shit of all time, and we're just gonna steal all the candy. Like, we were ruthless.
Well, the trick to that is putting the shitty candy in your bowl so that the kids don't want to take it.
Yeah, that's prime. But you got to respect the houses that brought out the king size candy bars. Like, you guys are legends.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, legendary homes. Like, you would know, like you would mark them down for next year. You're like, hell
yeah.
This
like we don't deserve you, man. Like that's some king shit. That's some queen shit.
Yeah, legit. Dude, by the way, when we mentioned Nutella, I wanted to ask you, have you ever tried cookie butter? That Biscoff shit? Biscoff cookie butter.
Wait, no. I mean, Biscoff sounds familiar.
Yeah, Biscoff is the brand, like of the cookie brand.
I feel like I remember something that's like banana shaped from them. I could be lying. It could be a different company. I'm gonna say no. I don't think I've tried it.
Usually, Biscoff served in like planes. Even like they'll say like, "Oh, do you want cookies?" And they'll give you like Biscoff cookies, and they're just those little like.
Are they brown?
Yeah. They're just brown, and they're just they're like eating the Oreo without the cream, just one of those, but it's a brown one, not obviously black.
Huh. I can't remember, but I feel like I have. It seems so familiar.
But basically, they have cookie butter, which is literally just those cookies blended up with a little bit of oil and extra sugar, I'm assuming. But that shit is crack. I mean, it's more crack than Nutella, in my opinion. It's like...
Bro, why'd you break the wall for me? Now I'm going to need to have them.
You need to try that. You'll find it at literally any grocery store.
God damn it.
There's always like just one section of it, so like sometimes it's sold out because they don't sell much, but...
If I die of a heart attack, I blame you.
Yeah, like it's not good for you whatsoever. I mean, it's all fat and carbs. I don't even think there's 1 gram of protein in it. It's just straight up just sugar oil, but it's so good.
Fabulous.
Manic Marauder wants, well, first of all, he says, tell us about your pets, which we've already kind of covered, but he also asks, favorite animal. Is it a ferret?
No, I don't think it's a ferret, honestly.
What is your favorite animal?
I like bounce off between 3. Man, I really, really, really love otters, which is funny because they're like in the ferret family.
Really?
So,
Are they
oh
actually?
my God.
Oh, I guess they kind of like
Yeah.
they have like those whiskers. I don't know.
They're like somehow in the same family. Like,
Hmm.
I don't know, the musta whatever the name is. It's a very, very big family. There's so much in it, like rats, rodents, like a bunch of stuff. But like,
Hmm.
yeah, I'm pretty sure they're like in the same family. And they honestly really look like ferrets sometimes, like in certain like drawings and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
I don't know. People like can't like my emotes, people can't tell if they're like ferrets or they're like bears sometimes.
Hmm.
The bears are in the same family, but I really love otters. I've always said that I want to like have an otter sanctuary one day with like one cute little guy. And then I also really like giraffes and elephants a lot. Nelephants, if you will.
Nelephants. I love it.
Yes.
That's cool. I think my favorite animal is a giraffe. Giraffes are awesome.
I love like feeding them. Like, you ever gone to like Six Flags or something like that and they have a little zoo center and you can
No,
feed the
I mean I've been
giraffes?
to zoos. I've never fed them though.
Oh my God, they got like these weird long black tongues and they just like I don't know.
I liked giraffes a lot more. They're still my favorite animal, which is surprising after watching a pregnancy, after watching a giraffe deliver its baby, and it was like
What?
the most horrific thing I've ever seen in my life. They literally like how giraffes are like really tall.
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah.
just like shit their baby out, obviously, and they just land on the floor. Like they just land on the ground. Like it's like a
Plop.
6 foot drop to like boom, and it's just like all this liquid and disgusting
Bruh.
bodily fluids everywhere, and it's just this shit show. And you're like, oh my god! And like immediately the giraffe is trying to pick up the baby and let it start walking instantly. Like it's
And it's
got
like drunk as fuck. It's like
the,
wobbling
the
all over.
baby's like, where the fuck am I? Like I gotta start walking. Like I was chilling in this comfy little liquid for like, however fucking long. I don't know the anatomy of all the animals and stuff, but that was
The
horrific.
not placebo, placenta?
Yeah, that's it, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's definitely when I don't know, it really shows you just like the reality of nature, just like this is
Oh my
it.
God.
Like this is beauty. This fucking giraffe dropping a 6 foot baby just boom on the ground, break its neck perhaps. I don't know. It was terrifying though. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, right? Just like,
Nature's metal.
look at this giraffe in its natural habitat, and it's just like plop. Fucking baby.
I mean, have you ever browsed Nature's Metal subreddit? It's just
No,
like
never.
it just shows like the most graphic animal stuff, like either like an animal killing an animal or like an animal maybe giving birth or like I don't know, just like random shit.
Oh, like I have a friend Smetcher, right? And basically the depth of our conversation on Discord is sending each other like otter videos and photos. So one day he sends me an otter video because we both love otters.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm ready for like a cute video of an otter. And it's like otters like piling a fucking monkey, like
Oh
trying to
my
drown it in the
god.
river. And I'm like, Smetcher, why the fuck did you do this to me? Like I wasn't ready for this video.
The scariest thing is like we saw this or like I saw this video of a Komodo dragon eating this like I don't even know what it was, some deers or like some large animal, just this Komodo dragon eating. I'm like, holy shit. And then I've also saw, and this is a really famous one. It's on YouTube with like millions of views, but it's like this eagle or something that's attacking like a mountain goat, and it just like bites its head and it's just dragging it while the mountain goat's just running, and like the eagle thing just like drags it off a cliff, and it's just like holy fuck. Like
Bruh.
all caught on camera. I'm like, Jesus, like this is just absolutely whack. Just to think how
Sick as
like
fuck.
aggressive these things can be.
Dude, I hate watching those videos. Like, it's so sad. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
Like, it's nature. It's like,
When it's nature, I can appreciate it a bit more where there's no human influence. Like you can tell
yeah.
it's not like a human trying to put the animals in some dangerous place. Like I'm against that, of course, like any animal
Yeah,
abuse. But when it's just like a long shot away where you're just seeing like shit happen in nature, I'm like, holy, this is cool to see.
It's so interesting. Like, just Because
Dude.
you have to think about like the fact like before humans were on like Earth,
Yeah.
if that's how it was, like
Yeah,
it
I
was
don't
just
know.
animals, and this is what it like was all the time, like the circle of life and everything. And it's so intriguing and cool, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, like this is so sick to watch.
Yeah.
No,
Have you
poor
ever
babies.
have you ever seen that picture of that anglerfish that got washed up on the beach and it just looks like this death? Here, I'm gonna show you actually.
I would love to see this. Just saying.
It will scare you.
Oh my god.
This shit is no joke. I'm gonna show everybody. I think I want to say I've even shown this on the Sae Bae cast before, but copy. Let me send you it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, is that fucked up or what?
Bro, wait. Okay, wait. This is an anglerfish?
Yes.
Okay, wait. Do you remember Finding Nemo?
Yeah.
When they go into like the depth of the ocean,
Yep, that's an
and there's
anglerfish.
like, that's an anglerfish.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's the anglerfish you eat in RuneScape too. Yeah.
No shot.
Yeah.
No, I mean I know that like it actually like
Yeah,
exists,
the little
but
light and stuff.
holy, they look way cuter on RuneScape. Let me
Yeah,
tell
no,
you.
this is like, okay, so first of all, anglerfish are like the depths of the ocean, so they're just black. Like, look at its fucking teeth. That thing is from nightmares.
Bro.
I mean, this is like the most terrifying. If you were to see that washed up on the shore, you'd be like, what fucking planet am I on right now? Like, this is fucking awful.
Somebody's definitely gonna have a nightmare tonight of an anglerfish
And
like a girl with an anglerfish mouth trying to like suck them off.
oh
And
my
this
God.
is what
Oh
they're
my-
gonna see.
Yeah.
This is what you did, Satyr.
Jesus, now it's even more terrifying. But like,
Yeah.
you know what's really creepy about anglerfish is that
Mm-hmm.
the women are the big anglerfish, and the men, what they do, like the or I shouldn't really say men, the male anglerfish will attach to the female anglerfish and just basically absorb into it, pretty much. Like, it's weird. Like there'll be multiple male anglerfish mates like mating onto the woman. Like, the woman's the big one that feeds the males basically and just like lets them chill on her for the rest of their life basically. It's fucking weird. It's like,
That is
it's so
fucking weird. That is the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
But just imagine being in the depths of just total darkness in water with a shit ton of pressure, above you, and you're just this fish that just has to attach to this anglerfish for the rest of your life. Like, that is your purpose in life. Like, holy fuck, that is dark.
Yeah, basically your purpose in life is to stay next to a woman nonstop. I literally feel so fucking bad for these male anglerfish.
Yeah, like, nature really is just fucking freaky.
It really
Start
is.
thinking about it. Like, imagine, so like humans, obviously, we're like the intelligent creatures, like by far over every other animal. But imagine, another animal or something was like competing with us, sort of like trying to get to our intelligence, sort of like over evolution. Obviously, this isn't the case, but imagine fish or something down there are starting to finally like get intelligent and stuff, and they're like some creepy fish race that's like really smart, and they're getting smarter without us even knowing, and they fucking take over.
I mean, like aliens, basically.
Yeah. Exactly.
They're like, aliens are like chill as fuck out here, letting us think that we're like the mass race and everything. The mass, not race, but like, what am I thinking?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, the same way China lets us think that we're number one in the world. We're out here chill as fuck, and they're just like, little do they fucking know what we're, like cats. Cats are probably taking over the world or something, and we don't even know it. We're just like, look at this cute little cat, and they're like, they're fucking plotting because cats are secretly evil.
Yeah. No, I don't think cats are evil, but I've never had one either. So maybe once you have a cat, you realize they're evil. But
I don't know. You know how everyone always said like cats are like taking over the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because they're just so like whatever.
Mischievous. Yeah.
Yeah, like about everything, completely different from dogs. So like maybe cats are secretly taking over the world and we don't know it.
Damn. I mean,
I'd
that
be
was
down
like
with
the
that.
Egyptian culture was like they would wear like
Yeah.
cat masks and shit or something.
Yeah, they like looked up to like cats and shit. Honestly, I get it. I look up to my cat. She's fucking awesome. She's great. I like her more than 99% of the people in the world. So yeah, like literally, I'll be your bitch.
All right, here's a good question. Slice of Mayo asks, what is your dream job? And then in parentheses, and why is it at Jagex designing Masori armor? So there's actually a bunch of topics on Masori armor. Did you see that? What it looks like?
I did.
What do you think about it?
It looks okay. It fits that whole like Egyptian feel.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So some people are complaining about like the colors and stuff, but I know that the argument is that it clashes against like armor, other armor slash like weapons and stuff. So I kind of understand that, but it does have that super Egyptian feel, I feel like.
Yeah.
But it almost doesn't look like range armor.
It doesn't.
It looks like melee armor.
Yeah. It's too
like
red and gold. Like the gold needs, I don't know.
I don't know, like I feel when I think of range armor, I'm thinking of like blessed hide and stuff. So I'm not thinking, I don't know, I'm thinking of like a material, not so much like, I don't know, like melee is obviously like legit fucking armor. Like think of like a sword not piercing through it, you know what I mean? And I feel like range is range. It's more of a material. That's why you don't use it against melee, obviously. But that's kind of what I think. It just doesn't really look like, it just looks way too much like melee armor. Maybe if they changed like the material look of it, that would be different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so here's a picture I want to show that somebody put up on Reddit. I'll just send you it. And then I'm just going to show everybody that's watching on YouTube. If you're listening, basically it's this proposal for the Masori armor, which honestly I'm a huge fan of. It's more of a rogue-like armor with a hood, which first of all meets the expectations of a ranger, you know, when I'm talking about like something that's light, you're shooting bows. It's not clashy. It still has that same gold element and kind of a little bit of an Egyptian theme somewhat. I know like the Egyptian theme's pretty much out of this concept, but like this looks clean and it's very simple, but it also looks very powerful. Like it just looks like a dark, cool end game piece of armor that's not super flashy and red and gold and just freaky. And I don't know. I'm a huge fan of this.
I'm trying to think if I like it.
The hood, I'm going to be honest, could be changed personally, but I really just like the simplicity that, yes, it looks tanky because it is very tanky armor, and it's dark, which I think a lot of people just enjoy the kind of, I do at least. I like endgame armor looking dark and medieval and just like, holy shit, this is badass, you know? Like, this looks like armor.
I like the dark feel to it. I think it needs to bring in a little bit more of that, like, Egyptianness.
That's fine. Oh, I want to show you this as well. Just while we're on the topic.
You know what I mean? 'Cause it's gotta have that kind of feel. At least a little bit.
So this was honestly one of my absolute favorites, and this actually comes from another game. Somebody linked it in my Discord. I don't know the game because I'm just literally not a gamer. I just play RuneScape all the time. But look at this. Like,
ooh, okay, yeah.
Like, this looks so dope.
That feels way better.
Isn't that cool range armor? I know this would be, like, directly copying another game, because this is actually coming from another game. But, first of all, you got the Egyptian feel. You got the cat mask. Like, first of all, I'd actually be down to wear a fucking cat mask.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I'd actually be
Absolutely.
down. Like, unironically, straight up, I would wear something like that that's just, like, holy. Like, you are intimidating as shit. But look at the armor. It looks so clean. It's so sleek. It's this white. That's what I was asking for on one of my rambles where I was talking about Masori was you can keep a little bit of gold trim. That's fine to keep the Egyptian feel, but don't add red. Like, make it platinum.
Yeah.
Like, add some platinum to it. And then keep the other colors very dark. You see how, like, the bracers are just this kind of, like, scaly stuff and then some brown leather in the back.
This is very, like, the white is honestly so good to me. The white on the gold looks so good. And you see how, like, the material is more almost, like, flowy. Like, it's like armor, but it's like thinner at the same time. Like it just feels, you know what I mean? Because like when I think melee armor, like like Bandos is like very heavy armor. Like it's melee armor. You know, a ranger has to be like quick and agile. So this feels more like that. Yeah, no, I love this one. That's a good one.
Yeah, this looks absolutely fucking awesome. I would be so excited to wear this. If I got like
Yes.
if you got a piece of that, like holy, you know. And the other coolest part is Masori is stemming from like Armadale. Like there's an attachment to Armadale. So Armadale is white already. So this would literally
Mhm.
match that. It already looks like you have an Armadale chest plate on slightly.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Dude, like this looks so cool. Can we just
You know,
get
I love
this? Like,
that.
I don't know. I'm obsessed with that. So I just figured I'd share. But what his original topic was
Oh, yes, yes.
what is your dream job?
Well, I mean, I actually went to school for education
Mm-hmm.
to be a teacher, but it's because I love the psychology side of it so much. So I feel like if I did something in education or something with psychology, like I think I've always kind of wanted to do like actual psychology where like you could diagnose people, and stuff like that. I guess so in a way that would be like a dream job, like psychoanalyzing somebody like for the FBI. That's actually originally what I wanted to do before I went into school to be a teacher. And then I kind of realized that I wanted to have a more simplistic lifestyle. So I kind of switched over to education because I just felt like it was safer, government job, blah, blah, blah. But I still get that psychology feel for it. I feel like it would be something in the psych realm, just because I'm interested in that so much. But I think if there's just anything in my life in general that I would want to do that just would absolutely be everything, it would be not having to work like job wise and just being like a volunteer for like animals and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if I didn't have to worry about money and
Yeah,
I could
like
make
your
a job
dream
out of
job is like you already have all your finances that you'd ever want taken
yeah,
care of.
yeah, definitely like I would love to do something with animals. And if not, like I said, something with psychology, and I love education a lot. Obviously, I have a master's in it, so maybe one day I'll actually get in there.
Yeah, that's cool though. I mean, I've even thought about it myself. Like, okay, if money wasn't an object, like what would I truly want to do with my life? Like every day, wake up and do something I'm truly passionate about. And
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This sounds very like I don't know, like the answer you would expect to hear. But honestly, podcasting. I fucking love talking to people. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be about RuneScape, although that's, I mean, clearly in my stage of life, that's what I'm about is old school RuneScape because, I mean, it's my community and all that stuff. But I just love talking to people every week. Like, you're the 81st episode. And, like,
Crazy.
I feel this, and this is not meant to be, like, show offy or anything, but, like, I feel like I know, like, everybody I've had on the cast, I feel like I know them at a deeper level now. And that's a really
Yeah.
cool thing. And I feel like I'm also offering that to other people. Like they can listen to it as well. But being able to actually talk to you right now, I
Mhm.
already feel like I know you like 5 times better than I did previously.
Yeah,
Just in
because I
this
mean,
one-on-one.
like streaming and just chatting with your viewers in your chat is like very surface level sometimes. It can be more than that, but our interactions sometimes are very surface level. So when you get to like really sit there and talk to somebody, it's so nice because you really do feel like you've known this person, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like if you were to hang out IRL, you would just like instantly click
Yeah.
cuz
That's
yeah, like
that's how I feel. It's
it's
like the
actually a huge No, go go go.
no, I was just gonna say it's actually like the perfect introduction because I mean my podcast is no face cam and not in
Mhm.
person. It's literally just audio, so it's super like I know it can be intimidating. Like I still get nervous over most guests. You know, I'll just get the nerves over with
Mhm.
usually in the first 5 minutes, but uh. It's like the perfect way to really get to know somebody without being fucking terrified of having to go to a studio or something, like meet them in person or something crazy.
Yeah. No, 100%, 100%. It's actually like what I was going to say, sorry. Um not on the podcast sense, but just on the being able to talk to people. I hang out in my Discord like a lot, and I
Mhm.
hang out in voice call a lot, and we cam up a lot. And it's so weird that some of my best friends are my RuneScape friends that I met like online. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And I've just gotten to know them over like weeks and months and some of them years. And I love that. Like being able to actually have that conversation with people. And like you're saying with podcasting, there's so much variety out there. There's so many people with different like perspectives and different life stories, and you're just literally like divulging into that and just kind of like I don't know, like breaking up it's like you're breaking the barrier between like the streamers and the viewers. You know what I mean? Like how you how you were saying earlier, you feel like, oh, this person is like famous, like da da da. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As a podcast, like you really start to see people as like who they are, people. Like think of somebody like you just had Bodhi on, I think 2 podcasts ago, right?
Yeah, it was
like,
multiple. It was like 2 months ago, but yeah.
Oh God.
No.
You know what? It might be Spotify out of order for me, to be quite honest.
Yeah, you're good.
So, but like, think about somebody like Bodhi, right? We look up to him like he's just goated as fuck. You know what I mean? He's like this celebrity in RuneScape, but you sit there and you're talking to him, and you remember that he's just not some person who like puts stream content like out there and everything, and he's not just like some RuneScape god. Like he's a genuine person with feelings. On the internet, and I just think that's so amazing to be able to get to know people.
Yeah, it's really cool being in like the driver's seat as well doing it, because I would also love to, like, I love listening to Based After Dark cast. Like they're doing their own podcast and it's really cool, and they also face cam up, which also brings another element, which is really fun. And then like Mick Homie or Mick Dilk, I don't know if you're I don't know if you know who he is, but he's also...
Yeah, I know I do.
Okay, just making sure. So he streams, and like he started his podcast with Lopsy. So like Mick Homie and Lopsy are now bringing on guests from the old school community, and like obviously they're part of the community. So I already feel like, ooh, like I get to know these people more. Like I already know them, but I want to get to know them more. And yeah, podcasting, listening, being the listener and being the host is just fucking great. Being the guest as well. I was on Based After Dark. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah, and it's also cool to have that different perspective of being the host and being the guest and being the listener. You know what I mean? Because it's such a different perspective from all those ends.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I really like being a guest on podcasts. I'm not gonna lie, like it's fun, I think. Just to not
all right. This can now be the Nunu Nellz cast. So Sater.
I'll be the guest.
Tell me. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it is nice though, because like there's no real pressure. You're there, and like all the pressure's on the host, really. I mean, I don't know.
Really?
At least that's how I felt on Based After Dark. They told me when to go on. I went on. I talked for however long they wanted to go for. They ended it, and that was it. Like it's like boom, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like, that was nice.
You don't have to plan anything.
Yeah.
You just show up, you're there. Like me. Like I just show up, I talk to you, and then when it's done, you're done. There's nothing else I need to do. I don't need to edit videos. I don't need to cut out breaks or anything.
Yep, it's just over for you.
Yeah, you're just like, yeah, we good. Now I could just listen to it when it launches if I want to listen to it or whatever.
Yeah, and the cool part also is if you're a streamer, I mean, I've heard a lot of people like, oh, like you were on the Sae Bae cast, and then you get new viewers that way. It's the same thing with Based After Dark. I mean, I was on their podcast, and I got new viewers in my stream saying like, oh, I saw you on Based After Dark. It was a great episode, and like, it's just a way to gather the community. Like you're just interconnecting a little bit more. Just having any sort of exposure online, it just is helpful. So,
definitely. There's like a lot of people in the community, but at the same time, like there isn't. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like some people tend to hang out in like certain communities, like in the Twitch verse, in the RuneScape verse, and so it's an opportunity to kind of like expand people's palettes to like other streamers and such. So that's always good. And like I just always think if you can kind of get people to know other people, you know what I mean? Like maybe influence like who they watch that they may not have watched before. I think that's like a win for everybody, because you're just kind of really closing the community and making it more tight knit.
Yeah, I agree. And like I was even asked by Based After Dark, they like came to me and they're like, are you like, I don't know, do you like that we've started our own podcast? I'm like, fuck yeah. Like I'm not jealous at all. Like I love listening to podcasts myself, and I love the community aspect. Like I don't get jealous of like other people expanding outward. It's not like I fucking made podcasting. I just started a podcast, and of course I just called it the #1 old school RuneScape podcast. That whole analytic of rank 1 has to do with absolutely nothing. I just called it that. But like seriously, I want more people to start podcasting because I want my own entertainment to listen to and stuff. And so I've been really happy to see other podcasts.
I've actually
come out of the blue.
noticed so many like new podcasts recently. I didn't hear about the Mick one and the Lopsy one.
They just
but
started.
I've heard of,
yeah.
Oh, okay, that's probably why. Like I obviously knew about the based one. I know about like little ones like here and there that are just kind of starting. So it's like interesting to kind of see the way you have influenced like the RuneScape community in a podcast sense, because I don't really think there was any podcast before. I mean, besides like people making YouTube videos and talking to themselves on like YouTube videos, or I don't.
The crazy thing is like, so I thought I was being the imposter. Like I thought I was being the person that was copying the idea of podcasting, because I had heard of like there's clan podcasts all the time. They're usually monthly, and they're usually high level clans doing their own podcasts with guests in their clans and stuff. Like Hex's podcast was probably the OG in my books, just back in like even 2014, 2015, they were doing podcasts. And also like Rice Cup, Mint Mad Cow, and Rakesy have theirs. And so I already, like, when you first start a podcast, you already feel like you're copying, because like you obviously haven't made an episode yet. But like, now it's weird because people think I'm the grandfather. I'm like, I'm not the grandfather of old school RuneScape podcasting. I just fucking came out and was consistent. That's the biggest thing, is just being consistent. If I were to just do one every like 3 months, I don't know, it wouldn't have grown.
I mean, you're the first podcast that I've seen personally, but like I like YouTube obviously, but I'm not super into like YouTube and things like that, so I don't watch like series, a bunch of that stuff. So for me, you were kind of like my first experience with a podcast, and I also love the way that you did it when you would go live. And you would play, and you would like play the podcast, and it was just like then you had the opportunity to interact with the chat while listening, so that you can answer like on the spot questions happening in chat. And the same as like the guest, and it was a good opportunity because like one, you're probably playing RuneScape right now and you're doing something, so you're grinding on the account. I'm grinding on the account. And then when you stream this, you're streaming that, but then you're probably also grinding something on the account. So you know what I mean? Like you get the double whammy of it. And actually, you kind of inspired me like with the painting, because I thought about it. I'm like doing something on the side, while doing something else that's entertaining to people, so you could do the boring content that nobody wants to watch live necessarily, and you just like cover it up with something else that people do want to watch, so you get to get those boring grinds in while still entertaining your audience. And that's how the art is for me, you know what I mean? Like I do like rune crafting or something, and I paint at the same time.
I love that, by the way. And I also love that you're passionate about art, and you have found a way to include it into your content, because that's something that a lot of like, when you're stuck to a game, it feels like it's really hard to, even if you have any other hobbies, it's hard to like, should I even push this into my content? Because people will be like, what are you doing? That's not RuneScape, or that's not the game you play.
But... Oh my god, and they're so meticulous. Like, they're like, I only want you to stream RuneScape. Like, you do anything else, and I do not want you to. You know what I mean? And it's just like, bro, like, I need to get off this game for a little bit. I need to add variety, And I do feel like streamers struggle with adding variety to their content because they think it's going to influence them, like their numbers and all that.
I was having like a pretty substantial burnout earlier this year, and I think it's partly because I just started adding a little bit more balance into my life. And then when you're not putting all your eggs into like RuneScape gains and like streaming and stuff, you start adventuring outward. Like I started like doing more things outside. You kind of start burning out a little bit. But what I realize is you can have a lot of balance in life. So if you're like really struggling, like you're just playing too much RuneScape, you're like, holy fuck, I just don't want to stream this game right now. Just like chill with it off stream. I mean, it's like,
even that.
I would be playing a bunch off stream, and then I'd be like, I don't want to fucking stream this game right now because I just been playing it way too much. But
no, exactly. I whenever I talk to people who are just like, I don't really want to stream today, like I don't feel it, like I'm a little bit burnt out, I'm just like, so don't stream. And they're like, no, but I haven't been like consistent, and I haven't really been streaming, and so like I need to. I'm like, don't fucking stream. Like, if you don't feel like streaming, if you want to play a different game, if you want to hang out in Discord, if you want to, whatever you want to do, like you should do that, because you are going to burn out otherwise if you feel like you have to stream. You know what I mean? I can assure you that if you're not live, that viewer is just going to do their own thing and watch another person most likely, or whatever. They're going to do something to entertain themselves. I think the only time, like, let's say if you go like weeks and weeks and weeks, like without streaming, somebody's gonna be like, yo, are you okay?
Yeah.
Which is a completely valid question, like making sure you're chill. So would you rather take a month off, like straight from streaming, because you just literally fucked
Burned
yourself?
out,
Yeah, you burned yourself out so bad that you don't want to stream? Or is it better to just stream 3 times a week and actually be happy when you do it? And then if you are gonna burn out, it's not in the sense of like completely burning out where you just don't even want to log in anymore, and you feel like you have to because you need to make money, or you feel like you owe it to your viewers. Like, you don't, I'm sorry, but you don't owe it to anybody to go live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You really don't. You have to remember at the end of the day that like we're humans and we need to think about ourselves first. So like if you just don't want to do it, don't fucking do it, you know?
Yeah.
But I get it, because I do feel bad too sometimes. Like I do kind of hold myself accountable if I'm not consistent with it. But
and that's a good thing as well, to hold yourself accountable in some aspect.
Yeah, like especially if you want to be successful, like there has to be some consistency, but just think about yourself at the same time. You know what I mean? Like give yourself those days off.
And also see it like long term. I mean, clearly if this isn't working right now, do you really think this is going to be a long-term thing you can keep doing? Like just think about like having a really nice balance. It's the same thing with me finally getting my health in check this year, like just being more active and just eating healthier and stuff. It was just like, I have to find something that's sustainable, because as I was saying, those ruts I was in, it's because I'd go fucking hard. Like I would go hard for a few days and burn myself out again. I was like, I'm not used to this. You got to find something sustainable that's going to be like, you know, something you can do for
you need to
months
break it
and
up.
years. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think that's why I haven't like burned out yet. Like sometimes if I do too much like of a certain content, I'll feel a little burnt from the content. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do something else, you know. But I've never felt like burnt out from streaming RuneScape, if it makes sense. I've felt burnt out from streaming, and I felt burnt out from content, but I've never actually felt burnt out towards the actual game. And it's because I work all day and then I come home, take care of like my animals, go on the track, get ready for stream and everything, and then I stream. So it's almost exclusively the times I play the game, I'm live. Very rarely am I actually playing the game like outside of being live, unless it's like maybe the weekend or something and I'm chilling in Discord. But that's why my account progresses so freaking slow, because I'm not playing the game that much, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm always still freaking addicted to it. I'm like, man, I really just want to play RuneScape. Like, I just want to log in. I don't even care what I do. I'll fucking chop a tree down.
Yep. No, I totally feel that. It's like, it's mainly the streaming aspect. I've never really been tempted to stream anything else besides like, I don't know. Sometimes I've been tempted to just do a just chatting stream, but I'm like, this is going to last for 20 minutes. And then people are going to be like, play RuneScape. And I'm like, shit, fuck.
I'd feel like so awkward. I'm like, man, what am I going to do? Like, what if nobody's here? What if nobody talks to me? I'm going to be like twiddling like my thumbs in front of you, like eating food. I don't know.
Yeah. I think a just chatting stream would actually be kind of fun to do if it was something like outdoors. Like, where it's not just looking at my wall and just me talking. It's like,
no, 100%. Like, I love like, streamers in their natural habitats, like doing something fun. Yeah, why not? That's dope. I love that. Go do mini golf.
No, absolutely not mini golf. That's so boring.
Yeah.
You know what's even worse than mini golf though? Frisbee golf. I am not a fan of disc golf or frisbee golf, whatever you call it.
I've never played that.
It's so bad. I've done it a few times. It's just like, just play frisbee at that point. Like, why are we throwing the frisbee at a goal? Like, why don't we throw it to each other? You know what I mean? That's me.
Yeah, no, I get you. No. I love the outdoors though, so I'm just like, yeah, let's do it.
All right, Peters asks, what is your favorite genre / style of art? What is your favorite piece of artwork you've created? Favorite food, favorite RuneScape skill, least favorite skill, favorite aspect of MMOs, generally speaking, RuneScape specifically, and what made you initially desire ferret pets? A lot of topics. So,
that's a lot.
Yeah.
First of all,
go with it.
Thank you, handsome Peters, for the wonderful questions. My favorite genre style of art, It's not so much like the genre or the style. I mean, okay, there would be a style to this, but like Vincent van Gogh, you know, I love all his stuff, and I also kind of do like nature, like I like nature kind of art also. But like just more specifically, I just really like Vincent van Gogh style, not styled, but his art specifically, and obviously he has a specific style. So, um my favorite artwork that I've created would be I painted Stitch for one of my viewers, T-Bone, and it's just absolutely one of my favorite pieces. And it's so funny because while I was painting it, I just genuinely was so nervous that I was mixing the colors bad and everything, and I'm like, this is gonna fucking suck. Like I'm like, all the colors are just so wrong. Like I was just very, very nervous. I'm trying to see if I could find the image so I could like
Yeah.
send it to you. And if it's not that one, oh man, there's so many I like. I like the Max Infernal cape I made, and I made like a. I'm trying to think. Was it like Bulbasaur? No, not it wasn't Bulbasaur. No, it was Bulbasaur or something like. I don't know. I have so many favorites, but I would say probably my favorite like character that I've made is probably the Stitch. And I don't know why I can't get these photos over to you because my computer just looks super weird. But
I like the Sae
and
Bae agenda that you made me. I love
that's biased.
it is, but I love it.
But
I get to
I
look at it every
totally get
morning.
it. It's so cute. I mean, you're like one of the only people who has like a big, you know,
Yeah.
like photo, because everyone else gets like a 8x10, you know.
Oh damn! Sit the fuck down. I'm
And
chilling.
you're out here with a freaking, I don't know, what is it, 10x12 or some shit. It's pretty big.
No, it's bigger than that. It's like a. It
12
looks
by
like a.
14?
It almost looks like an 18-inch by 24 or something. Like this thing is massive.
Oh, maybe it is 18x24. Oh, here, I'm about to send you Stitch
Okay.
so you could see it.
Ooh, that looks awesome. That is actually really nice looking.
That's probably like hands down my favorite like character like art that I've made. I really, really love that one. But man, if you saw this Maxed Infernal cape like in person, the picture doesn't do it justice, honestly. And I just sent it to you. I don't know if you see it, but the Max Infernal cape is like really nice if you look at it IRL. I was scared about that. I'm scared with everything I paint, I'm not gonna lie, but I was very scared about that one too.
I'm gonna show this one real quick. Oh damn, that looks clean.
Like, not to toot my own horn, but if you saw this piece like in real life, it pops out so fucking much. Like the picture just does not do it justice.
Yeah, no, that looks very nice. That looks very
I was
clean.
like, this is gonna be shit. I was like, oh my god. Like I mean I have this like internal dialogue every single time I'm painting some kind of art, but
I feel
I
like
don't know.
I was just gonna say, like, I feel like that's a natural thing where it comes to subjective like art. I mean, just art in general. I mean, we see it with even the old school artists. They came out with Masori. The vast majority of people were saying it looks shit, which is fucking hard because, I mean, that's literally, if you're going to be working at a business or doing anything publicly, making your art. Like, for example, I make my own emotes. I would never fucking be making that on stream. So shout out to you for, like, making it on stream. I would be so self-conscious. I'd just, oh my God, I'd just be shitting myself thinking I'm doing everything wrong and just, like... It's awful because you can't please everybody. Like, no art pleases everybody, like, no matter what. So it's like...
No, absolutely. I mean, I do feel bad for, like, the Jagex team, like, making the art because people are so mean sometimes and they can be so picky and they're so nice to show us the art and everything at the same time.
And, yeah. But...
It is hard. I get it. You're so passionate about the game, but don't be such a fucking asshole. Like,
no,
oh my God.
that's the thing. Like, I have my own take on that now. Of course, I don't know what happened. All I know is it sucks to be embarrassed in an online space or be told things you don't want to hear in an online space. It fucking sucks. Like, I've had it myself. It is awful. Now, if you're harassing a person because of their art, that's another fucking level of, like, you're a piece of shit. But But like if you were to just be online and say like it's shit, like you don't need to listen to that person. You know what I mean? Like that's up to you to get like offended by that. And I'm not taking like sides per se. All I'll say is I do have my own view on Masori and I didn't like it. Now I gave some constructive feedback, but I don't expect people to give constructive feedback because that's not their job. They're just saying how they feel because they play the game and they're on the fucking internet and just like obviously no accountability or consequences. So like
keyboard warriors.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like if somebody were to be brought into Jagex, nobody would say that looks shit because that's impolite and you're being rude. Yeah. But it's the goddamn internet, so it's just like you just gotta, I don't know.
I mean, if you took that armor and you took away the fact that it was old school RuneScape, right? And somebody showed it to you as just armor for an idea, for just a very general idea, I don't by any means think that the armor looks bad. I do think it looks good. I think it has like a unique, you know, like
it
vision
thematically
to
fits.
it.
Yeah, like they clearly didn't just make something awful. I can see where they're coming from.
Yeah,
clearly.
So it's like when when you're trying to fit it into like RuneScape, you know what I mean? I understand where people don't like it because you're trying to fit it into a game that pre-exists this armor and you want to make sure that it's right, but it's so hard. It's like people don't understand taking critique for like stuff that you've created. That's not easy.
It's
and that
not.
Like it's so hurtful because like and especially like if you're super prideful in what you just made and somebody tells you it's complete shit, like imagine just like the absolute like fucking steamroll that feels like, you know what I mean? Because you really felt like you put something out there that was nice. And it's not like it wasn't nice. It's just that people don't like the way it fits into this particular game, but it doesn't mean it's shit by any means. Cause like it does look good. I think it, in theory, in general, like, yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, no, I mean, you got a good point. And a lot of the people that say it's shit have probably never created anything and then put it into a public thing. And I'm not saying they need to do that by any means. I'm not saying like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about because you need to experience this first. But yeah, firsthand, I mean, making videos, making guides, streaming, you know, and people are like judging you for anything you do, like any creative thing that's like subjective or something, or like a Sae Bae cast, and people are like, oh, this one sucked, or like, and like I will know if like, you know, one of my videos just sucked. Like I'll be the first to admit it. Like I'm not going to admit it, especially if it's like a like, you know, a podcast or something, because it's not just me at that point. But like I will understand that. But when you do think you've really created something cool and then you post it and then people are like, you're shit, or like this is shit, it is a horrible feeling. But again, it's just the goddamn internet. Like you just have to block, you have to ignore them. Like you're putting something out on the internet. Like
I mean, the one thing I want to agree with is like the death threats. I don't know if you heard about that, but like
that's always way too far. And those people clearly have some mental health issues going on in their life, and they're like literally just they clearly, if somebody is literally treating you like a piece of shit for a piece of artwork, they clearly have something horrible going on in their life, some mental health thing that their life is clearly not in a good place if they're like going out on the internet and just like flaming and
100%. I think people just need to remember that like we are people and like words hurt and there's no problem with not liking something. It's very okay to have an opinion on something and to have a disagreement and to think it should be done a different way, but it's just all in how you say it. You can say everything you want constructively in a positive way and get the point across and not have to be just such an asshole about it. Like come on. Yeah. We could do better. Like as a community, we could honestly do better, and we should do better.
Oh, I completely agree. And I don't think there will ever be an end to like the toxicity per se, but I always think it's a good thing to voice your opinion, say, hey, do better, because I totally agree with that, especially when people have these like create drama out of fucking nothing and are actually like just like ruining people's days just because they're getting flamed on Twitter. Like, believe it or not, I mean, yeah, like what you said, words do hurt, and community ganging up on certain community members for like something they've done is it hurts deeper than you would imagine, and especially if you've never gone through it, you know.
Yeah, no. And I think a lot of people try to, like, from an external standpoint, try to make it seem like they're okay sometimes. But like, I don't know how you genuinely feel inside. You know what I mean? Like how you're saying that we need to like call it out when we see it and voice our opinions. Like, yeah, 100% we have to, because like we're the community, and if you think that something is wrong, you should say that something is wrong, because just letting it happen is just not good. You just like, it's like, you ever notice when somebody falls, it always takes one person to actually go help that person, you know, get their shit together or make sure they're okay. But people will walk past it until one person does it.
Yep.
And
then people start going over and like,
yeah.
oh, are you okay? Yeah.
And it's the same exact thing. Like, why shouldn't we as a community hold ourselves accountable for when we're fucking being assholes to like whomever we're being assholes to? Like, because just because certain people take it okay and they're fine with it doesn't mean everyone else is. You know, you have to stick up for the people who maybe aren't going to be. Like, this all goes back to like the whole mental health thing. You don't know what people are struggling with, and I just feel like we should do better sometimes, and just, you know, think about the fact that there are people who don't actually interpret things as positively as other people might. Like, just think about that for a second.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. It's just like you just, the people that are going to continue to do that aren't going to change because like we said anything. So it's just like,
they love it.
We also just have to understand giving them that like are almost like, I don't know, letting it be known that you've been, I don't really know if this is
no. Okay, I think I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Like just for example, if somebody came into my stream, said some really fucking mean things to me, which happens, you know, it happens weekly probably. I mean, like at least weekly, some random will come into my stream, first time viewer, and just say some fucking awful things. Like, me making it now all about like, you know, spending the next 20 minutes dwelling on it and talking about it. It's not, I mean, you might as well just fucking ignore it because it's the goddamn internet. It's just like,
well, that's what they want.
Yeah.
They want you to talk about it.
Exactly.
Minutes.
Which is why, like, again, this is just how I would do it. If I posted a piece of art and then a bunch of people were saying shit, like, I just wouldn't even like, I wouldn't even acknowledge the people that have not offered constructive things or have been rude. You know, just don't even fucking acknowledge them. Just like, okay, like you're now no longer a part of this discussion. I'm going to listen to people that are being polite and respectful.
Yeah. So. Actually, something new I've done is like turning off the comments. Like, if I don't want your opinion, if I just want to voice my opinion on something, I'm just going to turn off the comments. And all you could do is like it or not like it. And if you want to DM me about it, you can. Yeah. Because, like, I don't feel like putting the drama on the internet. Like, there's just absolutely, like, there's fun drama for me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, stupid little things. Like, I have a pizza discussion happening right now on Twitter. It's so fucking stupid. But, you know, like, something like that, it's not hurting anybody. Yeah. But, I mean, when we're talking about, like, other big things, you're always going to have somebody who's going to say something stupid. And if I just don't even want to deal with it, I'm just going to turn off the comments and just let that fucking post roll and just let people read it. That's it.
Yeah. Like, honestly, one of the best things you can ever do if somebody's just clearly being malicious to you is just ignore it. Like, that's honestly, ignore them. Generally speaking, that is the absolute best thing you can do. Now, obviously, there's rare cases where, like, you could like backlash back at them and own them, but like for the most part, just ignore them because that's all they want is just some interaction from you. So.
Yeah. Sometimes I have a hard time not reacting.
Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard.
I'm just like question mark, like what? You know what I mean? And I just feel like I'm a very like I love to fight. Like not that I love to fight, but I definitely love
if you get harassed, like, or if you get called out on something, you want to just, I don't know. I understand the retaliation. Like I want to retaliate.
For me, it's something of like, I have.
It's like defending yourself. It's just like
I don't like when people say certain things that I feel like are untrue.
Yep. You know and then you ignore it, and then people are like, "Oh, maybe it is true," because they just ignored it or something like that.
Yeah, like. Generally speaking, if I'm going to go back and forth with you on something, it's because I genuinely like feel like I'm right on it, or not necessarily that I'm right, but that I'm coming from a good place at the very least. But then if I just sometimes you acknowledge that you're just going to go in circles and you're never going to get anywhere, and it's just like, all right, I'm just going to stop commenting. But I'm not much of a blocker. I'm very much like you said, like I'm an ignorer. Like I'll just ignore your comments because I don't want to block you. People always ask me like, why don't you just block this person? Why don't you just like, why don't you just like ban this person? I'm just like, no, I'm not going to give them what they want.
I was just about to call you Nutella. I was like, Nutella, listen up.
That's great.
Nunu, listen up. I call her Nunu. What do most people call you, by the way? Nella?
Nella, yeah,
Yeah.
that's been my nickname like my whole life because Antonella.
Yeah.
So yeah, but
I love that
gotten,
name, by the way.
I've gotten used. Thank you.
I love it.
I've gotten so used to like Nunu, you know, like I literally react to it.
Yeah.
And I do like it, and I like Nellz too, but Nellz is very rare that people call me Nellz. I like that too. Nothing really bothers me.
You should try to block people and ban people. It's fucking awesome. It's fun. No, I mean, I know you're like against it or something, but like if I don't know, I wouldn't be against it. I would definitely use it. You don't have to use it often, but
it per se.
No,
like, okay.
It is very rewarding though, because
like,
the last thing you want to listen. There have been very, very toxic people in my stream that have been permanently banned, and they can no longer see the chat. I mean, they wanting to be in my stream and harass people. Now they can't even engage in the chat anymore. They can't even see it. And I've had multiple requests where they'll come and like deeply apologize. Like, I'm really sorry. Like, would you please unban me? Like like seriously, more than just the banning. It's like they understand. Oh, I actually kind of missed that content and I was being an asshole. Let me shape up and like actually try to get it unbanned. That's happened more times than you'd think. Like handfuls of times. And
no,
cool.
100%. I guess for me, it's just like I gotta tell this story. This one time, I was like, somebody DM'd me something like really fucked up, man. And he was begging me for a ban. Like actually, like genuinely, he was begging me for a fucking ban.
Yep.
And I was just like, I wouldn't ban him, and he would message me again like hours later. You gonna ban me yet? You gonna ban me yet? I was just like, nah. Cause like he wants it, you know what I mean? So I'm just like, I'm not gonna give you what you want. I'm not gonna ban you. I'm just gonna fucking ignore your DMs.
Yeah.
And it was great because the guy would not freaking stop. Like he was obsessed with me fucking banning him. But I did end up banning him when he started bringing my dog into it because my dog had recently died within like the last week or two.
Oh, God.
And it was just like really like emotional and like just really tragic the way it happened and everything. And so as soon as he brought my dog into it, like saying like, oh, there's like a website with your dead dog on it and all that, that's when I banned him. Because that was when it was just like, it's not even like worth being like playful with this person and just like fucking with them. But yeah, at that point I was just like, this is just no place. Like this doesn't need to be in my life. Like fuck that. I blocked it. Like you get to that level. Nope. Nah.
That's fair. Peta's also asks, favorite food?
Favorite food? Okay, so...
Nutella and Taco Bell. No.
Nutella and Taco Bell. I love those things. My favorite food is probably ceviche, which is Peruvian. It's so freaking good. It's pretty much like
fish soup?
It's not soup, but it's raw fish, but it's cooked in lime, like lemon and lime. Because like the acidity of the lemon and the lime like cooks it. So you literally put it in there raw and it comes out cooked. It's crazy. Like good. Fucking like I don't even know, brain boggling how that happens.
I think I've had it before, but I just can't remember all the names of Hispanic dishes.
Yeah. I mean I have it mostly like with tilapia. But you can also have like different types of fishes and like you can have shrimp in it, you can have octopus in it. Pretty much anything. You can use anything, but it's delicious and I love it. And so some ceviche with a nice Inca Cola on the side. I don't know if anybody has ever had Inca Cola, but it is, man.
What is it?
It's I don't know how to explain it.
Is it related to cola? Like is it?
It's a soda.
Oh, okay. So it is a drink. I was just making sure it wasn't a food.
It's a drink. Yeah. No. It's a drink. Okay. It's a soda, and there's a 50% chance that it either tastes like cotton candy to you or a 50% chance that it tastes like, I don't fucking know how to explain it. It's one of those things that you literally have to try it to know.
So it's like cilantro where you either love it or it tastes like soap.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, the other thing is like I think bubble gum. So some people say it tastes like bubble gum, and some people think it tastes like cotton candy.
Oh, so it's not like something horrible or something good.
No. Okay. It's so good. It is so good. But the only way you can genuinely drink like Inca Cola is with Peruvian food. Like it just, you know how it Baja Blast to Taco Bell?
Yep. You can't have it with anything. Yeah.
You know, it's Inca Cola to Peruvian food. It is the best freaking food. I also really love potatoes, like any potato form of anything.
Yeah.
It's just Yeah, love it.
I love seafood just in general. Like,
Yes.
if I could seriously just have amazing, and I'm talking about like the best specialty sushi rolls, you know. Like
Ooh.
if I could just have that, like that would probably be my go-to like favorite meal. Just like a bunch of sushi rolls that are like those really good ones, like
Yeah.
oh
Like sashimi like type, or just like the super fancy like dragon ones
yeah,
with
like super.
the
I still like what did you just call it?
sashimi?
Yeah, that's just the one with the rice and then the raw fish on top, right?
Yeah, like flabbed up on top.
Yeah. Yeah, those are kind of plain, but obviously like dip it in like soy sauce or something. But like yeah, I'm talking more like those dragon rolls. But it's always got to be raw. I never get cooked meat in my sushi. I'm against that. It has to be raw fish.
Mhm.
And oh my
Those
god,
shrimp
yeah.
tempura ones.
But like anything seafood, like fish soup, like fried rice with like shrimp or something, or like stuff like that. Like I'm upset. Oh, pad thai with shrimp. Oh my
I've never had
God.
that. It sounds amazing.
It's like cilantro, eggs, peanut, even like peanuts in it. Shrimp, obviously. I think onions are in it, and then like these noodles. I'm just like, oh my god, like and it's spicy too. I love spicy food too.
Ooh. Oh no, me too. Love spicy food.
Yeah.
Love it.
Okay, favorite RuneScape skill and least favorite skill.
Okay, favorite skill. Okay, I'm gonna go with my least favorite first, I think. I don't know if I'm stuck between herb lore and like thieving.
I'm doing herb lore right now.
Are you?
I'm making potions, making prayer pots.
Actually, no. I take back thieving. I 100% take it back because Artie Knights isn't even that bad.
It's
okay,
pretty bad. But
I
yeah,
mean, okay, I guess maybe because what level is that? I'm 75, so yeah,
Oh,
I'm
thieving is so bad at those early levels. Like anything sub 75, yeah.
Thieving, I don't feel it yet, so I can't say it's my least favorite. But from what I can feel, it's herb lore and agility. Like agility is just like painful. Like
have you ever done Sepulchre? What's your level?
For
agility.
77.
Yeah, have you ever done Hallowed Sepulchre?
I have not. It looks cool as fuck.
When you get to, I would say when you get to like 82, you should, I mean, you could even try it now. You could do the first 3 floors. It is so fun. It's challenging, but it's just muscle memory. Like you'll get it down in a few hours. Just like start memorizing the floors because there's not that many variations. It is so fun. You would actually love agility if you started doing that, and you get rewarded.
I totally forgot about that, by the way. Like
it's
that exists.
So fun.
Yeah, anything with a mini game, like it really is so good. You
know?
Like
well,
you
besides
can't get on runecrafting anymore. Like Guardians of the Rift, like word.
Yeah. I mean, I still traditionally runecraft because I love just stacking up on bloods and deaths. But like, yeah, Guardians of the Rift, they just nailed it.
Oh, it's such a good. It's like just enough, like thought process that you have to put into it.
But it's not like annoying.
No, it's not. Not by any means. Not like Giant's Foundry to me is pretty fucking annoying.
It's pretty bad. Giant's Foundry, they actually fucked up, unfortunately. Like, I appreciate the low cost of the rewards relatively to other minigames. Like, you can get the full outfit and everything, like, reasonably, like, a lot quicker than most minigames. Like, Guardians of the Rift takes forever to get that outfit, but, like...
And that's with it, like, cut down.
Yeah. I mean, it took, like, almost 50 hours when it was first released.
Yeah,
but, like,
sorry, people.
Yeah, but Giant's Foundry, they just didn't do it good enough, and I think part of it is it's just extremely, I don't know what it is, like...
Bro, you have to, it's not AFK at all.
It's not AFK whatsoever, you're always having to look, it's very childlike, the whole minigame feels like a children's minigame where it's like, match the colors and go to this place when you have this color. It's like, it feels like I'm playing a baby game, like literally a toddler's game. So that's not really helping. And on top of that, it's just like the same fucking bullshit over and over and over. And like nothing ever really changes. It's just like...
Yeah, I totally agree.
It's like hard to say like what you would want to change to it. I would actually, you know what? I'm going to probably do it. I know this is completely irrelevant to our conversation right now, but I think I'm going to spend a few hours there, like more hours, and really try to think of what I would like to see from it. Because not like anything's going to get changed, but I would really love to see what truly, what is the essence of it that's so fucking boring and so annoying? And then what could you do to fix that and just make it more fun? Because there's seriously something going on that's just like, get me out of here. Like, you know, if you ever have that element, it's just like, you got to fix something.
You know what I think would be better if, like, you know how if you don't pay attention, you, like, overcool it, undercool, whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you make it too hot, you make it too fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's just, like, it just completely ruins the minigame, where, like, the minigame is supposed to, like, kind of, like, be helpful. Like, I don't know, maybe if you kind of, like, let the thing stop so you don't just fucking ruin everything, and so it could be a little more AFK, I don't know.
Yeah,
Like, I look away 1 second, or you know what I mean?
Yep.
Or I go to the wrong section for 1 second, which I understand I went to the wrong section, you know what I mean? I fucked it up. But it's just like, it's like, if you do one thing wrong, it's like the whole thing is like kind of fucked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, why do you have to pay attention to it so freaking hard?
Yeah.
Like,
no, you're totally right. Like, I think personally, like, one thing they could change is just make it a lot better. Is just have fewer stages.
yeah.
Like, have 4 max or something. Like, just let yourself chill at a station for more than like 20 seconds.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you have to move like way too often.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And that's so annoying to do.
Yeah, it's like that awkward sort of Wintertod vibe where you're always having to kind of pay attention at Wintertod because you get frozen randomly and then you got to refletch or click the brazier, and it's like,
why fletch?
Yeah, exactly. Why fletch?
Sorry. Had to do it.
Joel, get on Skype. I have no idea where any of those memes came from, but I just say them. I understand the why fletch, but like there were some old ancient memes that people still say there. Yeah.
I love the other one, why cook for Temperos.
Why cook, yeah. And then Guardians was why there was something. What was the one for Guardians of the Rift? There was like why something. I just can't remember.
Oh, I don't know this one.
Wasn't there one? Wasn't it like why repair of a shield? Or I don't know what it was, but it was something stupid.
Oh no, I missed that one. I missed it.
Yeah.
But my favorite thing is when I'm doing these like games to ask the question and then watching the person explain to me why I should be doing it.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I'm sorry.
All right. Favorite aspect of MMOs, generally speaking. Why do you play RuneScape?
I play RuneScape because it just like reminds me of my childhood. Like, there's
So
something so nostalgic.
Okay. So you're still playing for the nostalgia, you think?
Yeah.
That's what really keeps you coming back?
Yeah, you know, I have this conversation a lot with people where it's like, why we can't get like new people playing this game so much. And it's because like RuneScape is a game where it's not instant gratification. You really have to work for everything, and I love that about it. I love the process of grinding because it makes it that much better. Like the process of going dry, although it sucks, you know what I mean? It makes it that much better when you do get the drop, when you do get the level, when you do max something. So I love that. But like kids nowadays can't do that. That's why they like games like Fortnite, because it's instant gratification. Like you got the win. Like it's 5 minutes, it's 10 minutes. And I love that because it's a very chill game. Like let's say if I'm not streaming and I'm like right now I'm runecrafting bloods and stuff, you're just chilling and it's relaxing. And I love that about it. And like I said, super nostalgic. It just makes me feel like I'm a kid again.
I love the game because obviously progression. I love just being able to log in and realize, hey, everything I've built up for like 5 years is still here, and like I'm continually just building it. And I love that because it's like my little virtual account, you know? It's like my little virtual place.
It's like your Tamagotchi that doesn't die.
Yeah, it's just nice, and just knowing that like they're not going to make any drastic changes. Like imagine there was always this sense of like we're going to reset the servers or something stupid where like you're just always like, okay, this is pointless. This is going to get deleted at some point. Like there's not that. Now, of course, there maybe will be a day where the servers would get shut off like 20 years from now or something. But it's like you don't think that, and there's never that feeling of, oh, this is going to end.
Well, I feel like old school RuneScape is like established at this point. Like remember when old school first came out and it was classic, you know what I mean? Like you log into your game and you're an RS2, and then you log into your game and you're like an RS3. Like that like sucks.
Yes.
To just be a completely different fucking game, because if I wanted to play that game, I would have signed up for that game. So you're right in what you're saying, that the game is not going to change too much. It's established what it is at this point, and it's OSRS is OSRS. Like
Yeah.
it's a baby. It's its own baby at this point.
The other thing I really love is that there actually is an element of skill, like a pretty large element of skill in this game, and it's rhythmic, which I fucking love. Like no
The
other
ticks and all of
game.
this
Yeah.
stuff.
And I know it sounds like it, and it's weird because I've played old school for over 20,000 hours. Like old school in general. Just I know it's over 20,000 hours because on this account it's almost 17,000, which is fucking sweaty as hell.
I don't even know how much mine is.
Yeah.
I gotta look.
Does that does that make you sick to your stomach knowing I've played on this one account for 17,000 hours?
Not at all. So like,
good.
you could say 17,000 hours and people are just like, yeah, like that's a lot of fucking hours, right? I'm here and I'm just like doing mathematical equations in my head and I'm like, is that a lot of hours?
That's literally two.
like-
That's literally 2 years. Almost 2 years of
Like,
actually being
nonstop.
logged in. Yeah, nonstop. I'm talking in the last like 5.5-ish years. I put 2 years being logged into this.
Yeah, I have
Did that make you
100 and-
sick?
Yeah, I have 129 days and 8 hours.
Yeah, I have seven.
Like-
I have 705 days.
That's why my account is still so fucking mediocre.
Yeah, it is funny though that like this game truly is just time based. Like so much of it's time based. Now, obviously, you could just be better and get things done quicker, but like it really does come down to I want an account like you. All right, get ready to just sit down for 2 years because you're not gonna get here if you don't play for 2 years.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But at the same time, I really love that skill element where you can push yourself if you want to. You can just chill, relax, do AFK things, or you can really start pushing your limits on like PVM or even skilling perhaps.
Yeah.
That's just awesome. There's so much variety in this game.
Yeah, and I love the way, like, in the beginning of the game, you, like, level up so fast. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then, like, it slowly becomes, like, more and more, and then you hit, like, 92, 93, and it's like, let's do it all again, you know what I mean? Because it's literally, like, the halfway point, like, which is mind-boggling to me. But, you know what I mean? Like, they did it right in the sense of, like, they made it, like, super fast into super, super slow so that you can get hooked onto the game. But then once you're hooked onto the game, it's like, all right, now I gotta like really like push and I gotta really like put more work in because everything is like that much farther now. And I love that aspect of the game. I
Same.
love the grind. It just, and like I said, when you get it, it's such a good feeling to finally get something. You know, if it's too easy, there's just no reason to fucking like want it. That's why I don't like the GE. Like I don't like the idea of a main game. That's like that's the Ironman concept. Completely. Like I feel like RuneScape is an Ironman concept, but it was like made initially as like a main game player, you know what I mean? I don't know. So like now with the Ironman mode and everything, I think it's more authentic to what the game really should be.
Yeah, like the really just being self-sustained, not using anybody. But I will say, I mean, there still is that true nostalgia of just being able to trade players and interact and kill things together. Like that's like the true MMO sense. But yeah, you're right. Iron Man's what kept me around this game.
Yeah, no, for sure. I love it. It's just, it's like dabbling in hot sauce. You know what I mean? Like you give it a little more spice.
Yeah. I developed that as a kid because my parents used to give us hot sauce as a punishment, and then we started enjoying it. And
You're
so
just like, yo,
now
I
we
love
just
that shit.
love Tabasco.
Yeah, Mom, like punish me. Wait, that sounded weird, but you know what I mean.
Oh, I know what you mean. All right, let's see. Ooh, here's a good little topic. Father Eric asks, which RuneScape NPC is the best looking?
So like,
I guess it could be monster or human NPC or monster perhaps. Well, I don't know. I guess you decide. You decide what you make of it.
I feel like the obvious choice is like Neve or Konar because they are just so fucking sexy.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like who the fuck does not love Neve or Konar? Like they are just so good.
Yeah, just babes.
But then like My super joking answer to this question would be Xanic.
I'm at Dorgeshan Bank right now, and I was
Are you?
I was examining these fucking people's eyes, and they're so massive. I was like, dude, my eyes are like these little black squinty things, and then these guys are just like bulging, like it's terrifying. But yeah,
Xanic is literally a force to be reckoned with. Nobody can fucking touch my bitch.
you know who I like?
Oh.
Vanica. The dude in Tutorial Island that teaches you to kill rats, and then he's also sitting by
Yes.
the
He's a Slayer
Edgeville
Master.
dungeon. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
yeah,
dude,
he'd be cool.
That dude is a G. I mean, he's been here since day fucking one when I played old school played RuneScape in 2004.
Yeah,
Like that's the legend that taught me how to fucking shoot a bow. And you know what? He
Yeah.
just does his thing. He's tatted up, shirtless. He's like, he's got blood all over him. Like,
Yeah, he looks good as fuck.
he's a beast.
He's brolic, 100%. That's a good one.
Yeah, he's a beast. I think monster wise, like if I'm thinking like a boss or something,
Yeah, true.
what would you say is your favorite like looking one, just like looks wise? I honestly I really love the idea of Kriara or Armadillo, like just the big flying eagle. Like that's really badass to be killing, like a big ass eagle. But
Yeah.
dude, imagine like Kriara wasn't trapped in a little God Wars dungeon rectangle, but instead you have to like scale this mountain, and then this big ass eagle starts pecking at you and like fucking throwing shit at you. Like that would be such a more epic fight, being on a mountaintop with this bird flying around. And
Some like White Wolf Mountain type shit.
yeah, like or even taller than that, some crazy mountain that's new, and just like having to dodge rocks and shit that it's chucking at you. I don't know.
That would
But
feel
yeah.
more like authentic.
Yeah,
Like,
it
you know what I
would.
mean?
They really
Yeah.
could come out with another like bird boss that's just terrifying.
Yeah.
Or, like,
I'm trying
some
to think of
bat.
like, I don't know, like monster wise, what I think is like the best looking.
Hydra used to look really cool too. I thought. Well, I mean, I think whenever any new boss comes out, I really like how it looks, just because it's new. Because like the Hydra pet looked so cool on release. I was like, ooh, that's awesome.
Yeah. Oh my god. I feel like I like so many of them. It's hard to like choose one. I'm a really big fan though of Bloat. Like,
Yeah, Bloat's awesome.
yeah. I love Bloat. If I ever get a chance to have a fucking pet and then get like the dust or whatever,
Yeah.
and then can make it into a baby Bloat, that's everything I've ever wanted.
Bloat's one of those just super, like, I love humanoid monsters. Like, humanoid bosses are always the most terrifying because, like, you know that they're intelligent because they're a human, sort of, and then they're, like, fucking demonic, basically. Like,
Yeah.
Bloat, imagine, I don't know. I think they could have even done better with Bloat Room, made him even more intimidating and terrifying. Like imagine
maybe like what if he was like dragging chains with like hands on it?
Yeah, so like what I was thinking is like imagine just scrap the room entirely, but now you got Bloat that's asleep with a bunch of dead bodies around him that he was eating, and he's chained up, and then he breaks out of the fucking chains and just starts chasing you with all these flies around him, like truly terrifying. I mean, just like running at you. I mean, that would be horrific.
That'd be cool as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. They with what the engine has. I mean, Bloat Room is also like really cool looking. It's like the experiment in the middle, like something going on there, and just protecting it or something. It's terrifying, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love him. I love mini him.
I also love the new bosses that are coming out. There's like this humanoid knight thing.
Oh, I haven't seen them.
Let me show you real quick, and I'll show people that are listening as well. But I just love humanoid bosses. They're just always the most terrifying.
Well, it feels more realistic, right?
So here's Akka, and I will send you this real quick.
That's funny. I call my cousin Akka. His name is Anthony. We call him Akka.
Really?
Yeah.
Like this though, or AKKHA.
This gives me like wilderness vibes.
Yeah, this guy, like his face looks terrifying. And I know he's like a human. I think he's more giant. I think he's like not like human size. I think he's more like big. I don't know the scaling exactly, how big you're going to be compared to him, but he is just,
Ooh.
like, terrifying. I'm like, Jesus.
Feet lovers are gonna love that one.
Just, like, you could just tell he's, like, a murderer. Like, he'll just murder anything. But, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's cool. It seems slightly recycled, though. I don't know.
Yeah, he's
In my opinion, like, because, like, all the Wildy bosses, like, look so similar to this, you know what I mean? So it somewhat feels recycled.
Yeah, like those. Are you talking about the Mage Arena 2 ones that you have to spawn? Or are you talking, or like Vedion?
Yeah, like Vedion and stuff.
I think, well, I've only done Mage Arena 2 once, and I did it back when they were just black demons, but they changed the models of them to actually look like unique bosses. Those look so cool, and I think part of the reason they look so cool is because you never fight them. You just fight them once, basically, get your cape. But those ones, like, have you done Mage Arena 2?
That's the one, yeah, that's the one where you get the cape, right? That's not the Bones to Peaches one?
No, that's out in the wilderness where you have to go kill the 3 minions or whatever with the locator orb. You've done that?
Yes.
Yeah, those 3 things that spawn, like, those are cool.
Oh, like, aren't you talking about, like, Saradomin and...
Yeah, like, those things. And
yeah.
I'm very unfamiliar with them because I literally never even killed them because they were black demons at one point before they updated them. Yeah, so I've literally only seen them a handful of times when I've been in a stream where somebody's doing Mage Arena 2. Those
they're
sick.
they're very, very cool looking.
Yeah, I love them. Okay. Mr. Meowgi asks, "Are you into fitness?"
Oh, okay. This is a twist. He wants me to say fitness stick in my mouth. That's what he wants me to say. Okay. This is very standard for Mr. Miyogi. Yeah. I know it's Miyagi, but I always call him Miyogi. Yeah. Very, very standard for him.
Jesus Christ.
So fucking dumb.
But yeah, I guess we'll just. I know he's not mentioning that, but are you into fitness? And
okay. Well, like from an actual question.
Yeah, an actual question.
Yeah, no, I am. I've definitely been trying to be more consistent with it. Like I told you, I feel like I gained some weight over COVID, and I have a sit down job, and then I come home and I stream, and I'm just sitting down more, and so I put on like probably like 20 pounds over the past 2.5 years, and it's made me feel super self-conscious. Like I know I'm still skinny, like, you know what I mean? Like I weigh 125
it's all
pounds.
Relative,
yeah, like I know I'm small, but like when before COVID I was like 104, like 105, it makes you feel some way when, you know, like I'm like, oh, I'm pushing like 126. But it's also like I don't mind so much the number of the weight. It's just I can, like, I feel it, like, in my clothes sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I just don't fit in it the same, and it makes me feel super self-conscious. So I've probably for the past 8 months, like, been a lot better about my fitness and stuff, and I definitely am not where I want to be fully, but I'm definitely proud of like the progress I've made. But I definitely need to be more consistent with it and just add more different types of like exercises. So right now I just kind of like walk/run 30 minutes a day, and I do like some sort of like workout. It's like combination like yoga or like abs. Like it's just like a combo, like arm stuff. For like a couple of minutes, but I would like to do more, and I'm hoping that when I move back into my house, hopefully within the next month, that I'll be able to allocate more time to fitness because I won't have to worry about going to visit the ferrets and everything because I don't live with them right now. So that
build
kind
like
of
an
takes
actual
out
routine.
Yeah, you know, like everything takes time out of your day. So if I have to go spend an hour at my house, you know, playing with my ferrets to get them to run around, you know, that's time I could be doing something else. So maybe when I move back home, I'll be able to, you know, allocate a little more time. Hi, my cat just joined.
Hello, cat.
Hey, Jinxie. She wants treats. She only comes up here for treats.
Yeah, COVID, I did a number on a lot of people, just like health-wise and just because I mean, I didn't really even experience the horrible effects of COVID in my everyday life because I would literally sat at home anyway. So like I never even like it was never even a big deal to me. Yeah. But I will say like, yeah, I mean, I gained weight ever since I started streaming, just sitting down so much and just not doing things. But I mean, it really is just that consistency of just moving your body.
And like wanting it enough, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the real thing. Like you can't ever tell anybody to do it. Like you got to decide to do it.
100%.
Like you got to hit your tipping point. For me, it was like hit your tipping point, and then like, okay, I got to do something.
Yeah, for me it was like not fitting in my jeans, like, or leggings, like a certain way, and I was like, oh, I don't like how this feels. But like it's not the number that bothers me. It's more so just like the physique. Like I just want to tighten like up. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like I actually think it's better that I put on weight because I was so small, like at points, like where people, like doctors would literally like ask my parents if I was like throwing up. You know, they thought I was like bulimic or anorexic, and my mom was just like, no, like this girl eats and like she's not throwing up, you know. But I was just so small, and I feel like I couldn't even donate blood because I have to be like at least 120 pounds to donate blood, and I wanted to and I couldn't. So like it's when you're low on that BMI scale, like I'm sure there's some type of like something internally that's probably not good for you happening. So I think it's better that I'm at this higher weight, but I also have to make sure that I don't
you want to feel good inside
as
well.
I just want to like make sure I'm working out and I'm tightening it so it's like good weight and not bad weight, because right now I think it's not entirely like the best extra weight.
No, I totally agree with that. Like I will check the scale just to see my progress and stuff. Like I'll check it like once a week or so. But I've never been obsessed with the number. I will look in the mirror and be like, I either look like shit or I look decent, and like I'm happy with what I look like.
Yeah.
And so that's what I always judge it off of, just how I feel. And the other like cool thing about like literally just moving your body, like exerting some fucking effort into your body daily, is that it just tightens things up. It just makes you feel less soft. You just feel a little bit more toned and stuff, which is a really good feeling when you're just, I don't know. But that's, I mean, I'm old. I mean, we're both old, but like I'm 27 and like, it's not, I'm not getting any younger ever. I'm only getting older. So like at this point, it's like, okay, I've come to some real realizations that I'm mortal and like I'm a human. And so like there's obviously, I don't know, like I want to feel good for my life. You know what? Something I thought about was like I was thinking of old people, specifically like my grandparents, and I don't mean to just like shit on my grandparents, but like my grandparents are overweight, like a lot of old people, you know. And I always wondered like why does grandma get so cranky all the time? Like, and I barely ever see them because they always lived across the country. But whenever we'd go visit, I swear to God, it was like we're having a fun time, and then your just grandparents are getting cranky and yelling and just getting pissed off at everything, you know, kids running around and shit. And it's like I came to this realization, like, no, what? I mean, imagine lugging around an extra 100 pounds, like just all the time. Like your back hurts, your feet hurt, your neck hurts, like just everything's aching. And then you have a bunch of kids running around screaming or something, you know, like that can't be helping your mood by just having all this excess weight on you that you don't need. So I was just considering, I was like, I don't want to be that old cranky man when I'm older. I want to be like fit and not have that affecting my mood of like I feel like shit because I'm old and unhealthy. You know what I mean?
So, no, like, exactly. I think it's super important to like take care of yourself. And by the way, you look really good because you send like progress photos every once in a while to me on Snapchat, and
I appreciate
like
that.
you really do look good. But I think it's so important, and I think at the same time, fitness in general, like it's good brain juice, you know what I mean? Like it's addictive, and you just feel so good. And once you really do become consistent with it, it's like I need to go to the gym, I need to get on the track, like I have to do this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's such a good place to be in. And you even stop realizing how bad you used to feel, because like last year, if I were to literally just take a screenshot of last year and just like see how I felt right then. Like I was constantly like, if I ever like even wanted to go and see people, I would instantly become self-conscious because I knew I had an extra 25 pounds of fat on me, just like straight up. And I wasn't moving often, and I wasn't eating great. And of course, eating a lot of high fat, high sodium shit just makes you feel tired and lethargic and lazy and gross. And you eventually, when you start like getting a little bit more healthy, and like I've gone through health phases, like even in college I was a lot more fit because I actually like fucking did stuff, but like it's so much better. You just feel so much better. It's crazy. Like I hate to just keep
really is.
drilling this in, but like seriously, life in general is just so much better.
Yeah,
Everything.
I feel like people don't actually believe, like runner's high.
Yeah.
It's 100% a thing. Like
yeah.
that shit is, oh my God.
Yeah,
When
you
you
feel
start running
great.
all the time, you love that shit. Like people are like, oh no, I hate running. Like I can assure you, if you actually started running and like ran in a way that you start slow and then you increase, not like I'm just gonna go fucking run 5 miles. Like no wonder you don't like running. Like you're trying to run 5 miles, you're running too hard. Like you're running too fast. You're not pacing yourself. You know what I mean? But if you really took the time to like do stuff like that, you'd realize that it actually all is so addictive the more you do it, and you feel better and you're addicted to feeling better.
Yeah, but it does take multiple weeks. Like for me it took like a good 6 weeks to really drill in the habit. And listen, I don't even run. In fact, I've ran like maybe twice in the past 3 months. I walk. I just walk.
I love walking.
Walking, like, dude, I used to have this weird thought in my head that walking did nothing for you. Like I seriously for my whole life just thought walking was pointless. It was just to get places, like it wasn't actually doing anything healthy for you. But walking is such a good fat burner. I have literally like, and I've mentioned this on Rambles and potentially Sae Bae Cast too. I hope I'm not like over saying this kind of stuff, but like I've literally lost over 25 pounds just this year, and all it was literally walking and doing some resistance training here and there, like 3 times a week. And it's just walking every day. Like that's all I fucking do. I just walk like just for like an hour to 3 hours. And 3 hours, it sounds quite like a lot, but like I have the free time, but like even an hour is so fucking beneficial. And it increases blood flow. Listen, people have come to me in my stream when I'm doing like something click intensive, like how does your wrist not hurt? Or people will be like, how do you avoid wrist pain when doing certain things? I'm like, dude, just move your body. Like generally speaking, some people obviously have wrist issues and other things, but like generally speaking, if you just have increased blood flow every day, you're not going to be aching. You're not going to be having these like horrible, like tense wrists and shit like that. Like you're just going to have increased blood flow throughout the day. It's so much better for you.
No, it's so good for you. Something actually for like people who do have like wrist problems, because I do. Hand exercises. I feel like people don't believe hand exercises really do stuff, but they do. If you do like every day a couple of minutes, you could like YouTube like hand exercises, and also get yourself like a stress ball, and you have to like squeeze really hard and like hold it for a few seconds and like expand your hand like for a few seconds, like all like that stuff is also like really good. But then going back to like exercising, when you're doing things like lifting or other things like that, like you're putting your body to use. So it's like you're building up strength even in your wrist. Like I feel like you don't notice it, you know what I mean, because you're not doing wrist exercises per se, but like you're picking up things in general, and like things are connected to things. So like yeah, of course. And like you said, like blood flow, all of that stuff, it's really good. And actually walking is probably one of the best forms of exercise, because
so good.
Yeah, it's not, the thing is, people are always like, oh yeah, you have to run, right? Yeah. No, like, well, running is actually super bad for your knees, and walking is like the least tense on your body. So it's actually the best form of exercise, and you're burning fat. The only difference with running is that it's like, it's more cardiovascular, obviously. It's more about like pumping, like, like high intense,
that'll like actually build stamina and build stuff. Like if you just walk all the time, you're never going to be able to run longer distances because you're not used to it. Like if you really wanted to build stamina, like and train, like training is when you actually have to make intense things. But if your whole goal is just fat loss, walking is
walking is fine. And I feel like that's why people are so turned off to the idea of exercise sometimes, because they're just like,
they feel like they need to go to a gym and like run on a treadmill for 2 hours. like
you literally could do everything at home for free outside on your block, you know, like you don't need to do an hour to like 3 hours like you said. You could just do 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week, and like even that, I find that like you start off little like that and then you end up wanting to actually do more. Like 30 minutes is too short, you know, you want to go for 45, you want to go for an hour. But like you just have to start somewhere, and anything is better than nothing. I mean, like literally 30 minutes a day, getting off your ass, going outside, touch grass, get some fresh freaking air. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's just so good for you.
Yeah. And like when you really take a broader look, just like a zoom out almost, and just realize you're a human, you're not a robot, you're a fucking human being, and like you're programmed to like move, you're programmed to get sun, you're programmed to like get fresh air and stuff. You're gonna be so miserable and depressed if you just
Oh my God, yeah.
ignore those basic human needs. I mean,
Yeah,
just
we're not
straight up.
programmed to sit fucking
all day. Yeah.
all day the way we do. Like we do it, but
Yeah,
we're
like
definitely not
no
programmed
fucking
for that
wonder
shit.
my mental health was like so much more shit for the past like 2 years prior to this
Yeah.
year. Like it just didn't understand that. And I was even talking to an old friend of mine who's gained some weight recently, but he was always this like super shredded, not shredded buff wise, but just a really skinny kid that did a bunch of sports and never had an ounce of fat on him, it looked like, you know? But he's married now and has kids, and like he's pushing 200 pounds now, and he doesn't understand how to lose weight. Like he doesn't understand because he's never dealt with it out of like 25 years of living, you know?
Yeah.
And so now he has to realize, oh, I actually like have to learn how to lose weight and like maintain and control my weight because like, yeah, it catches up to you. I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like there's also no excuse. Like think of yourself as like a parent. Walk with the stroller if they're too young. You know what I mean? Walk with your kids. You know what I mean? Like it's good family time. It's good exercise for you, for them. Like you definitely can make it work. I think most people just make excuses as to why they can't or won't do things. And then they wonder why they're so depressed and so unhappy, but can tell you exactly why they're depressed and unhappy, but will literally not do anything to make it better. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, it's not just gonna happen. Like, I'm sorry. It's not just gonna, like, you're not gonna wake up one day and be like, oh yeah, I'm like good. Like, you genuinely have to work on happiness and feeling good and stuff like that.
Yeah. And it's so much of it's just habit breaking. That's like the biggest thing. It's just break those habits. And it just takes, for me, and I think like the golden rule is like 6 weeks to break habits and build new ones. Which sounds like a long fucking time, but like it's true though. At least that's what I saw. Because I had horrible habits. Like I had all these delivery food apps. Like I'm ready to fucking order some shitty food like every day. I was ready to just sit on my ass all day. It's like you gotta break that. You gotta put in the effort to like get rid of those temptations stuff. Like I had to go through my fucking emails and and unsubscribe from all the pizza places I was subscribed to and all the random fast food and random delivery places that I just like inevitably got subscribed to from ordering from there. You know what I mean? Like, I had to get rid of that temptation because you just check your email and you're like, oh, that looks fucking good. I'm going to get that later today, you know?
Yeah, right? You're like, wow, that's a really fucking good deal. Like, let me go get it.
Like,
you know?
Unironically, that actually was a huge help, just getting rid of that trash.
Oh, I bet. I really do. Email, I swear to God, drives like my mental health sometimes because I see all these fucking emails and I'm just like, oh my God. It's very like overwhelming too. You know what I mean? So it's just like, yeah, I could see where like cleaning up your inbox could be therapeutic as fuck, getting rid of the shit from your life. You know what I mean?
I think I might have mentioned this on another cast, but I even went as far as to like whenever I would go on Twitter and I'm scrolling and I see a food ad, I would click on the little 3 dots and say, I'm not interested in this ad. Like I would literally get rid of like, because I would get Wingstop ads and the wings just look so irresistible. Like I want to get that now. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like they nail it with those food ads every time. And I'm like, fuck. So I literally had to go in and say, I'm not interested or like block this, like block this restaurant from ever showing anything. Because I was seriously struggling for the first few weeks trying to resist.
Dude. Yeah, you know what's gonna happen now? I'm gonna get Taco Bell ads on my Twitter because we've been talking about Taco Bell a couple of times. So like,
it'll just pop up all of a sudden.
I'll let you know if it does. I'm sure it will because everyone's fucking listening through my phone anyway.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I know I'm not like a health guru. I don't ever want to come off that way. I just want to like. The reason I've recently, for those listening that have like listened this far, I am really passionate about like gamers just like getting out of their chair and just moving, because I was in my chair for 3 years straight and I was not happy. Like, I just wasn't. Like, overall, relatively, I was not happy. Obviously, I could have been a lot, like, worse off, but, like, I just feel passionate about explaining it now. So I know I've been talking about it more recently on cast, but, like, it's so important. I just want people to, like, just feel better and just have an improved mood all the time, because it seriously has had a huge impact in my life, and I'm way happier. So
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of depression in like the gaming community.
yeah.
And I know definitely in our community, and you definitely can attribute it to something as what you think is so little as like exercise and like just being more conscientious
Yep.
of your choices and stuff. It genuinely, yeah, it's life changing. You know what I mean? So I do think it's like it's good that you like talk about it and everything, because I think people just kind of pass it off.
Yeah.
And it's just like, well, that's not going to make me happy. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
like happiness is filled by a bunch of different like
Little things.
avenues
Yeah.
that come into like one thing. So you can't just attribute it to like one thing or the other. It's a bunch of things that come in, and definitely like exercise and being conscious of what you eat and all that stuff is like super important.
Yeah. And it all comes like step by step. You don't need to make any crazy changes, but
Yeah,
you can improve on
no.
something. Like, the biggest thing that most people say is just start drinking less soda. Or if you
Yeah.
really need your soda, drink only diet, like things with no calories. Like, just do it.
Mhm.
And I know there's studies that are saying like, oh, like zero calories will still make, like, they'll give you the feeling of that you're taking in calories, but then it eventually will like backfire on you and make you even hungrier. But like, it's still better than just chugging a bunch of fucking sugar water, in my opinion. So
I mean, like, at the end of the day, anything is better than nothing. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
just making
If you're
small
making
things.
even the smallest effort is just so big, because the small efforts, like, you know, the little things you do turn into bigger things. And then by the time, you know, like you look back a year later and you're like living a completely different lifestyle. And
Yeah.
all you did was start with something so simple like cutting soda out of your diet, you know, and drinking more water or something like that. And then like see where you are a year from then. It really it takes time, but small steps are like big steps in like the future, you know?
Yeah. Okay, here's a good topic from Schlarpo. He asks, what are some of the struggles you've had to overcome during your streaming career? Which I think we've kind of already brought up earlier, but he also asks, how have they affected you or helped you to grow as a person and a streamer? And then he also asks, what are your thoughts on elitism and backseating? Do they have a place in the community?
That's a good question. Like, yeah. Yeah, we did talk a little bit of like struggles and all that.
We can just cover the last one, like
Yeah.
backseating.
Yeah, I would say I don't like elitism so much. Just because the times I've personally experienced it, it's very obnoxious, especially as like a person who's learning the game. You know, it's so confusing. You're throwing so much information at me. I don't fucking know what you're talking about, like what you mean. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, bro, I get it. You know your shit, but you're not helping me by any means. And what I also noticed, and this also goes into backseating, the chat starts fucking arguing with each other about what is or isn't the best method, and then I'm fucking confused because like now I really don't know like what I should be doing or I shouldn't be doing, because everyone's just disagreeing with each other and I'm not getting anywhere with it. But that's like, I don't know, the high level community sometimes like pisses me off, where it's just like, well, I could do and say whatever I want. Like, I know people like that where they're just like, well, I'm max. You know, like, when you're max, like, come talk to me. Like, what kind of like fucking egotistical shit is that? Like, I don't give a shit that you're fucking max. If anything, you're telling me you're max, so like I know that like you're playing a shitload of this fucking game. You know what I mean? Like, you're bragging that like you stayed inside like a certain amount of hours. Like, and there's nothing wrong with it if you are playing the game. Like, I sit inside and I play the video game. But if you're fucking bragging like that to like boost your own fucking ego, like, sit the fuck down. Like, I don't care how long you've played this game. I don't care how maxed you are, what you have on your account. Shut the fuck up. You know, but I think there's a place for like constructive like backseating and like elitism. You know what I mean? If you're being helpful about it, you're being nice about it, you're not arguing with people in chat about it, making the streamer uncomfortable, like making you feel like, should I time somebody out? Should I ban somebody because it's getting too far? Like, that's when it really starts to just like interrupt the whole like good vibes in a stream, and that's when I don't like it. And especially when it starts to become unhelpful, like it's just like, why are we even talking about this? Like, you're not helping me at all. So I'd rather just watch a YouTube video, Google it, do it wrong, you know, than deal with that shit.
I've had this topic brought up in multiple casts, and it's always like you nailed it, but I've just never dealt with that. Maybe because I am the fucking person that's played the most out of many of my viewers. So I don't usually have to deal with the backseating. But I do appreciate the backseating when I'm doing something incorrectly. Now, I will just straight up say, like, I'm not going to do that, even though I know it's better or I know it's faster, because I'm not going to enjoy that, or I don't want to learn it right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, straight up, I've just never had to deal necessarily with people just coming in and be like, do this, do that. You're not doing that. Or it's like,
oh yeah, like they
nice.
tell me what I should or shouldn't do because of like what stats I do or don't have, what gear I do or don't have. Like, you shouldn't be raiding. Like, no wonder you haven't gotten a purple at Chambers. Like, you get X amount of points.
Yeah,
like,
fuck them.
And it's just like, okay, but I'm enjoying raiding, so why shouldn't I do it? Because I don't have a Dragon Warhammer, because I don't have all this like gear. I'm having fun dying. Like, the other day I was raiding with Schlurpo. We were doing a duo, and first room we had was Tecton, and we fucking died between the two of us 5 fucking times to Tecton, and it was the funniest, greatest fucking time I've had raiding, you know? And let me tell you, I didn't get a lot of points. I mean, it was the first room, so I didn't lose a shit ton of points, but it was like, yeah, I lost points, I lost efficiency, like, I lost 1% of a purple. Like, it's, bro, but can you take away the fact that I just had the greatest fucking laugh, the greatest time on stream, having an amazing time, like, just dying repeatedly to Tecton between the two of us? Like, that's just, like, that's stuff you just take with you a different way. Yeah, that's
totally fair. Like, it's always fun first, honestly. If anyone's trying to take that from you, it's just like, okay, leave. Like, shut the fuck up.
Let me have fun. Let me do it the slow way if it's less painful, you know? I'm the one who's streaming, you know? I'm the one who has to, like put myself out there and all of that. So, like, I'm going to do it the way that makes me happy. And that's not even to say if you're a streamer or not. You know what I mean? Like, do it however you want, even if it takes longer. At the end of the day, it's all the same amount of fucking XP. If you want to do it slower, faster, so be it.
Yeah. Hootie Tootie asks, if you could have any animal shrunk down to the size of a dog as a pet, what animal would you choose? Would it be the otter? I guess otters can be that size. Well, not really. Baby otters. How big are baby otters?
They're pretty small.
I don't know. I always think... Yeah, go for it.
No, I was gonna... They're like the size of your arm, I feel like. Like in length, like lengthwise, kind of. Maybe not that long. Pretty big. I feel like they're like 4 or 5 ferrets combined, depending on how old they are.
You know what I would want?
What?
I'd want like I'd want like a panda, I think.
That'd be so cute.
Like a little like panda. Like, I'm talking like puppy size though. I don't even want like a big dog size. I want like a little puppy like panda or something, or like a sloth or just I don't know.
Oh no, I find sloths so ugly.
Dude,
they creep me out.
This sounds dangerous almost, but I would even like consider getting like a little like a miniature lion that's like the size of, you know, a puppy, like a lion. Can you imagine that? Like,
how fucking cute.
That'd be terrifying though if it got like aggressive and shit. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, that would be bad. I mean,
yeah, but like cute.
Yeah, no. Cute. I think I would have to go with like an elephant or a giraffe. Like, going back to like favorite animals.
Yeah. Those would just be so cool, miniature. You're right.
Bro, a giraffe? Holy, that would be amazing. I would love that so much.
Actually, I take it all back. You know what I want?
What?
I want a blue whale That's the
Oh,
size.
blue.
Like, I'm talking like those long ass blue whales, but you can
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
it in
yeah.
like a big ass fish tank, but it's like the size of a little puppy. Like this little, I don't know, that'd be kind of cool. But now I think I'm gonna stick with the like the I don't know, panda or the lion or something. Or even like
Yeah.
imagine even getting like a cheetah. That's like a tiny little cheetah. Like that'd be cool.
Yeah, true. I mean, they kind of have like, don't they have like Bengal cats and stuff that like,
Yeah, I guess like a cat would honestly fill that role already.
you know,
Yeah, that's true. Ooh, imagine a mini polar bear.
bro.
Dope.
Wait, but you'd have to keep it like super cold all the time.
I don't know. Do you know those
You re-
things can swim like this might be wrong, but I don't think so. I think they swim like tens of miles, if not hundreds of miles, in like fucking below freezing water. Like they will like
That's like
swim
that's
to
insane.
islands. Like they will
Yeah,
just swim to
no.
islands and they'll like eat seals for fat while they're like on their journey swimming. I'm like, Jesus fucking, these guys are crazy. Like, what the fuck? Can you just imagine like your journey now is to swim 200 miles to the nearest piece of ice or the next piece of land or whatever, and like you're hungry and so you're just like looking for seals to eat and just fucking eat them alive. You're like, Jesus, you are terrifying. Like, I
Yeah,
don't
no,
know.
no.
Like you are
They're
not
scary as
yeah,
fuck.
they're scary. Polar bears, honestly, like I used to think they were cute as a kid, but now, the more I've like kind of read up on them, they are terrifying. You see their fucking face, they just have blood on their mouth and just ready to kill anything in sight. Like, oh
Yeah.
my God.
When I think of bears though, like I find them so cute nowadays because there's a show called We Bare Bears, and it's an ice bear, a grizz bear, and a panda bear, and they're like brothers, and they're so fucking cute. And they have like little episodes where it's like they're like baby ones of them, and they're so cute. So like if I ever saw any of these bears in person, I would like think about the show and be like, oh yeah, they're so like fucking cute, and then it would probably just like rip my head off, you know, because I'm just totally not ready for what a fucking bear actually is like IRL. So
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, that'd be terrifying. I just imagine being in a situation like in a forest and you just see this bear. Or like I was even told that like if a dog starts chasing you, like a fucking terrifying dog that's like off its leash and about to attack you, what you do is like you raise your arms and then get ready to like pounce it on its nose, basically to like.
yeah, right? Don't they say like get big? You know?
I think for bears you get big or something.
Oh,
like that.
okay,
But like
okay.
for a dog, you raise your hands because they'll try to reach for your hands. Apparently, like they'll think something's in it or something. But I would be like, dude, I don't think even my natural instincts would even allow me to raise my hands because I'd be like, it's gonna bite my crotch now. You know what I mean? Or like just
Oh,
fucking
true.
like I don't. Even though people tell me to do that, there's no way in a real situation I would ever do that. You know what I mean? Like I would be just
No,
fucking running.
yeah.
Like I don't know. That's just...
How many situations in life they're like, when this happens, you should do this? I am telling you that I am not remembering any of the advice that you gave me. I am just going to fucking react.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. I think the only thing that's drilled in me enough is stop, drop, and roll with fire.
Right?
If I was caught on fire, I
Yes.
actually think I'd stop, drop, and roll because that was actually drilled into me as a small kid for years.
Yeah.
Like it was always stop, drop, and roll. So I think if I was lit on fire somehow, I would actually stop, drop, and roll. But I would also be probably running for like the first 5 seconds, being like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'd be like, I'm still not out. I'm not,
Like, what do I do?
Fire's still on me. Okay, what do I do? All right, stop, drop, roll.
Yeah, that'd be fucking awful. Oh my God. Okay. The Duck Chris. What movies or TV do you think have outstanding inspirational art? There's a lot of topics that think you're just like one of like the greatest artists of all time, which I do agree with, by the way. But there's a lot of art questions, so yeah. I'm still very curious though.
It's so funny, yeah, because I'm like, man, they don't know that I'm just some scrub, some fucking like art scrub.
They think like your career is art or
Bro,
something.
I am
But, yeah.
literally like fucking Van Gogh. You don't even know. I've been hiding it from you guys all this time.
I'm not gonna lie though, I really do think you're a very talented artist. Like, and I appreciate that you will share your art on stream and like also give art to viewers and stuff. I think that's awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This question: what movies or TV do I think have outstanding art? I can't think of any specific movie. The only thing I can think of is like just very well shot like shows, like very good cinematography, like
Yeah.
Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, like stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Dude, have you
Like
watched
stuff
Better
that's
Call
like
Saul?
well known. Yes, I'm actually supposed to watch the new episode that came out like yesterday.
Yeah, I watched it
After
yesterday.
we're done today.
Oh yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's good.
Can I share one thing?
Yeah. Without spoiling, yeah.
It's not spoiling, although you'll know kind of what the episode's about.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all about Gene. That's all I'll
Oh,
say. The
stop.
whole thing is about Gene. So anyway, it's
Holy.
really cool.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, but I don't. I hopefully that wasn't too much of a spoiler for anybody else that's like listening. They weren't expecting that, but it's not really a spoiler. But obviously, we're going to get to see more of that eventually. So it's really good. But like that is art. Like when you watch Better Call Saul or Breaking Bad, those little scenes where it's just music. And they're like making meth or some shit or like doing things like that is art in my opinion. Like that's cool.
It's just so well done. Like
yeah,
I don't
know
if I could put a show above Breaking Bad or like Better Call Saul.
I think Better Call Saul right now is the greatest television of all time.
No, I 100% agree. It's phenomenal. When people tell me that they can't get through Breaking Bad, I'm just like, please. Just give it a chance, get through it. I promise you're gonna get hooked, and then you need to watch Better Call Saul because it's even better. The storyline is fantastic. It's actually almost fucking perfect.
My brothers and I, so I live with my two brothers, and we were upstairs watching last night's episode together, and we paused it, and we're like, dude, how for that episode in particular, it was just kind of drawn out a little bit. And we're like, how does Vince Gilligan get away with this? This boring shit, so much dialogue, things that with a normal show, I'd be like, okay, I'm bored, I'm leaving. Like this. But you want to know why? And what we came to the conclusion of is that you trust him. You know there's a payoff because every fucking time there's always been a payoff. Like you now just trust that whatever's going on is going to have the most epic payoff of all time. Even if it's like the slowest burn ever, it's going somewhere great. And it's just like, ugh, I love it.
Yeah. Like if you think about Better Call Saul season 1, it was slow. Like very slow because it's completely setting up the story.
Yeah.
But Better Call Saul consistently is like setting up storylines kind of, and it's very slow. But then you have the episodes that fucking hit you. So it's like this slow warm up for like absolute fucking amazing storyline, plot, like telling, like cinematography, like, and the way they film it, it's just good. Like it's hard to describe because it's just filmed so fucking well that I can't explain it to you. The scenes are just done in such a specific manner. It's beautiful. It really is.
It's
gorgeous.
Beautiful TV.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, like I was even just comparing it to Chambers in my head. Just you doing all this boring shit, like just burning. You're going so dry, but then when you get that purple, it's like, oh, you know.
Yeah. It's like the greatest feeling ever. And it's just like everything makes sense and like it's eye-opening and you're just actually like, what the actual fuck?
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Amazing.
The other thing I really just really appreciate about Vince Gilligan, Breaking Bad, and Better Call Saul just is it's such good television. It's never trying to be overly dramatic or create problems out of nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like just drama to be drama. It's like there's actually fucking shit going on, and it's good. I don't know what it is. Like, compared to every other television where it's just like...
And you know what's, like, great about it? Like, it's not even super famous actors or actresses.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's not Brad Pitt, not fucking Tom Cruise. It's like
Kim Wexler is phenomenal. Like, her acting...
Yep.
Like, even when she's acting in the actual, like, you know, when she's, like, kind of, like, lying or whatever, it's just so phenomenally done. Like, she blows you away as an actress. And I don't know anything else that she's in. Like, I know a couple of, like, the actors and stuff are, like, here and there and other things, but not many of them are in like, super huge roles.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, and they're fantastic. And I love that. I can appreciate a show that does not have too many big actors or actresses, like maybe one or two or even none. If I can watch a show and there's no super famous person in it and that's what gets them famous, I love that.
Yeah, that's impressive. Like nowadays, when I see a movie, like a trailer for a movie, and there's no huge names, I'm already like, this looks crappy. Like this looks shitty. Like,
you know what I love? And I hope this is not super debatable. God, I can't speak. Stranger Things. Like, it really grows as they get older. Like, season 4 really blew me away.
Unfortunately,
you know what I mean?
I only watched the first season and the couple episodes of season 2.
You can't get into it.
This is my problem. I'm not a TV show watcher, which is very fucking impressive how I am able to just absolutely fall in love with Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. Like, I am very, very picky. I cannot watch things that are just not just absolutely top quality. I'm going to be honest with you. This is a problem of mine, is I almost can't watch anything that's family friendly anymore. Anything that's made for all ages, I can't watch anymore. I'm just not interested. I seriously
get
not.
that.
I need to watch something that's very mature.
What I will say about Stranger Things, it's like the story gets scarier and like more gruesome as they get older. It gets darker as they get older and as the seasons progress. So you really feel like it is somewhat childish, of course, because it is children acting and it is family friendly. But like season 4 compared to season 1, like you really see that progression season to season, how much darker the storyline gets. Like, I promise you, season 4 is like great. I don't know if you'll like the whole entire thing.
No, I mean, to be honest, I actually I enjoyed Stranger Things season 1. You know, when it was just Stranger Things, I actually enjoyed it.
Season 2 is so bad. I gotta admit.
Oh god, that's probably why I burned out of it.
Yeah, season 2, something that just puts me off. You watch it. It's been out for years.
I've watched a couple episodes of it. I burned out. So
but I feel like if I say something, it's not really gonna spoil it. It's season 2. It's been out for years. So, like they bring up Eleven's sister for like 2 episodes, and she's never brought up again. It's
like they're just trying to bring up.
It's like the weirdest fucking filler that I've ever had to watch. It's cringe. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't fit. It never gets closed off. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? Season 2, like the first half is really bad. The second half is better. Season 3, I liked it. I genuinely enjoyed it. Season 4, though, man, my emotions were all over the place.
That's the other really cool thing I appreciate about Better Call Saul is they knew what the story was from start to finish. There's no way they were like season by season, like, oh, this would be cool. It's like, no, those seasons don't really stand alone. You have to have the entire picture, which makes way better television than being like, oh, we're gonna make another season. Shit, we got to come out with some ideas. What or something like.
No, you could tell that it's so well thought out. They're like, they haven't thought about like ABC. They've thought about ABCDE. Like it's all there. Yeah. You know what I mean?
It's so good.
The storyline really, it's so phenomenally like written. Like if you think Breaking Bad is good, Better Call Saul just.
I think it's better, but that's my opinion. That's my opinion because and I understand like most people like more action and more explosions and more fucking violence.
Yeah.
Better Call Saul has less of it. Still has it, but like just less, and it's more dialogue and character developed, and it's just like or development focused.
Yeah. But I love that. I love like arcs and character development, which was a big reason why I liked Game of Thrones, because there's so many arcs going on at the same time. There's so much character development and growth. They fucked it up at the end. Let's be honest. I don't know if you watch Game of Thrones.
I watched all of Game of Thrones, and I don't talk about Game of Thrones anymore. You want to know why? Because they royally fucked it up. Like there's no excuse for it.
No, they.
So I don't even. I would love. I mean, trust me. I would absolutely. It would be a dream of mine to be able to praise Game of Thrones. I just can't because what the fuck.
I think Game of Thrones had it. Not what was season 7 is the last one I'm thinking, right? Season 7?
Season 8, wasn't it?
Season 8. Okay.
Yeah, season 7 was like the final like big thing where we're like, oh shit, what's gonna happen for the last few episodes? Yeah.
Yeah. 8. I don't understand like if they had And I know they were falling off a little bit towards the end because they ran out of like books and shit like that.
Yeah.
But I feel like they could have came back with season 8, but they just like threw it to the fucking ground, and it was like the most despicable thing. Well, I'll say that season 8 episodes like 1, 2, and 3, I actually really, really liked them.
I think we liked them because we just didn't think they could do any wrong, so we kept seeing it as though, oh, this has got to lead to something bigger and better, even though it didn't. It just led to dog shit. If you were to rewatch it, you'd be like, oh god, I know where this is going.
Yeah, because you know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
The thing is just like, how do you build up 7 seasons of this storyline of like the White Walkers, and
Dude,
it's literally one episode dismantled, gone. Like,
yeah. Now,
how could you do that?
I'm gonna be honest. The whole White Walker arc, like I hated anything that was too supernatural that felt like an existential threat. I'm gonna be completely honest. I really liked Game of Thrones back in the early seasons, where it was truly about the thrones, politics. Fucking, turning on each other, and real character development, not this like weird bullshit, this existential godlike. I don't know. I didn't really enjoy that. I understood that was always there from, whatever the early seasons and stuff, but like, dude, if they could have just focused on the more political side and like who's gonna get the throne, and if Littlefinger hadn't been fucking killed by 2 like stupid girls, no offense, but the Starks were not that intelligent to overthrow Littlefinger. I'm sorry. That's just, I hated Arya. She became a bitch. I'm sorry. She's just so annoying. And they just were like, the Starks were just perfect. I'm like, this is so fucking dull. Like, you have to root for them because they do no bad. But dude, my older brother and I, we were watching, we called it Thrones. We just call it Thrones. Like, we were watching Thrones. No, but every time a season would end, we would just binge watch these fan theories on YouTube. And there was these crazy in-depth fan theories about Littlefinger eventually taking the throne at the end. And oh my god, it was like the way they would tell like how it could play out potentially was the most like amazing way it could have ended, And that's what I really like about shows is twists. I loved Game of Thrones from early because people would die that you thought were going to be there until the end.
Yeah, like you always were just like, what the fuck just happened? Yeah. You know what I mean?
And then they got rid of that. They just made it like the most basic ending where good wins. Like, stop. Like, the same thing with Star Wars, which is also why I've stopped enjoying family-friendly films. Like the new Star Wars made by Disney. That's like, terrible. It's just like, I know what's happening. I know what you're going to do. It's just fucking cookie-cutter bullshit movies. Yeah. Like, I want... What's the chick's name from the new Star Wars? Rey?
Okay.
Is that her name?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I'm just okay. I haven't... Well, the last one I watched...
I think her name's Rey.
No, Rey is super... Yeah.
She's like the main Jedi person, right? That's turning... Or I don't even know because...
I feel like it's been so long. I haven't seen anything recently.
All I know is that like those Star Wars, because they're family friendly, I already know how they're going to fucking end up. Good wins, whatever. But imagine like Rey had joined the Sith at the end, like something fucking crazy. We're like, what? And then like, some other crazy shit happens. That's the kind of movies I love. And those are the kind of shows I love where just like shit happens and everyone's gray. There's not, good and bad. It's like everyone's gray,
Yeah, I feel like, why does everybody want that storyline to be like that happy ending? Or like, I mean, it has its place, you know what I mean?
I know, and it does in family-friendly films and movies, and I just fucking hate it.
I mean, when we're talking about high-stake shows, high-stake movies, like, you just can't fucking do it. Like, it's high-stake. It's like, oh, you got all this fucking money to make something great. Why are you making it such poop? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, how could you ruin it? I don't know. Game of Thrones for me was like on a fucking silver platter at one point, and I just don't know. Like, they handed it to them on a silver fucking platter, and then they just like absolutely fucking made it dog shit. It's so upsetting. By the way, I would love if Littlefinger had actually like taken the throne or something.
Yeah,
he was one of my favorite characters.
He was fit for it. He was the one that made the show interesting, and then some girls from like the Stark girls end up plotting against him and killing him. Like, this is so stupid. Like, that is not going to happen. And And I actually, like, the fan theory was literally that Littlefinger dies, but it actually wasn't Littlefinger. It was, like, one of the faceless men or whatever.
Oh,
just,
that
like,
would have been
exactly.
amazing,
Like, I was holding on to
amazing.
hope for so long. Like,
Yes,
no, he actually
yes.
died. Like, that's so fucking stupid.
I loved his character. He was just so
I know.
mischievous and just like
I
everything
know.
about him. Like he was almost like intoxicating to like watch him on screen.
I know, and he's such a good actor.
He's just so fucking good at it. And then like the fact that they had Arya kill like the king and shit when like for 7 years it just felt like it was gonna be like Jon.
Yeah.
And everything. Like, you know what I mean? And it's just like I don't know. The story just
I just don't even like to think about it. It makes me sick. It makes me actually sick.
Like why?
Do you like Quentin Tarantino films?
Yes, I haven't watched them all.
Yeah.
He's phenomenal though.
No,
like
that,
the stuff
like
I have
those,
watched.
I love Quentin Tarantino films because when you go into them blind, you have no fucking idea what you're expecting, and shit happens, like crazy shit that you weren't expecting, like people's heads getting blown off. Like that's cool. I love that shit.
Yeah.
Have you ever? Okay, these are, and then there's also those movies. Like, have you ever watched what's it called? Brawl in Cell 99, and like those really like. Bone Tomahawk. I don't expect you to have watched this because they're more indie films, but they are like the most gruesome, violent, like random fucking films ever. But you never know what to expect. But they're just like morbid, and you're watching it, and you're
every time I watch an indie, I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like they're very morbid. Like one of them has Vince Vaughn, like the Brawl in Cell 99. It's Vince Vaughn. And he's just this fucking person that goes to prison because he has to save his wife, basically. And then, like, he goes deeper and deeper into prison. He's like just beating up, like, cell guards and shit. And he just ends up, like, killing people just to, like, protect his wife, basically. It's, like, the most gruesome shit of all time. But it's so good because it's just raw. It's like, thank God. We wanted this, you know? We just wanted some raw, just violence. Like, that's
indie films, like, do not hold back. I don't know if you watched, is it Summerland?
Midsommar?
Fuck yeah, there you go. Midsummer.
Yeah. Any A24 film is just great too.
Bro, I'm telling you, I was like in panic mode half the time during that film.
That was great film.
Oh my god, it was mind fucking. It was just like the story was crazy. It was like, what the fuck is going?
Have you watched Uncut Gems?
Yes.
That was good.
That is a good fucking
It was so
movie.
Chaotic. The whole time you're just tense.
Yeah. And Adam Sandler, like seeing him in non comedy.
Yeah, it was cool.
Like he's so fucking good. He really is.
Great casting.
I love watching actors and actresses doing something that's like kind of out of their element that really shows like the depth of like what they can do.
Absolutely.
You know, like it really is art. It like acting on its own is also art. So I love seeing just the way you can push an actor or an actress to just be absolutely phenomenal in a movie that's just not like, you know, like if you're always a comedy kind of person, you tend to get like comedic roles all the time. Mm-hmm. So nice when you get to see it out of place in something else and it's actually genuinely like so fucking good.
Straight up. All right, Jake C asks, why do you think mining on the north side of Guardians of the Rift is better than mining on the south side like everyone else does?
Easy. All the cuties go to the north side. I mean, I say this in the stream. I say cuties on the north. It's just like...
Is it at the beginning or is it like in the middle?
The whole time. It's always north.
So what I do, or at least what I did, because I only did Guardians of the Rift for like the first 5 days, I would mine on the north side. Most people did go to the south. And I was...
You're talking about like on the 3-2-1, right? Is that what you're talking about? Like when it starts?
Yeah. When it starts, I'm on the North Rock. Like down the little agility obstacle thing, down in that little pit. Always north, but then the shortcuts, like those little portals that spawn, I go to the south.
No, I go to the north still.
Yeah, I did for like the first hour of the first day, and I was like, okay, fuck the north side. We're going south on the portals, stay on the north. So I was like the most hipster ever. Because most people would only choose one side, but I would choose both, you know?
I always go north, and I don't know if it's just because, like, I have a thing for, like, left, because I'm a lefty. So I tend to gravitate a lot to, like, anything on the left because of that. And north is also super comfortable because it's, like, I don't know, I feel like it's, like, the strongest point. So I feel like maybe that's it, but the way I have my camera tilted, north is to the left of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's almost like west. So I feel like it feels comfortable in that sense because I don't change my screen the entire time when I do Guardians of the Rift. I always face that same direction. So I'll just keep going to the left side, which is always the north. And I just started like on stream one day saying like north side is for the cuties or something because we'd all be standing on the north side for whatever reason. And it just like became a thing and be like, okay, well, like cuties on the north. And I pretty much like always say it every single time.
So what about Wintertod? Are you east side, B side, or west side, best side?
I'm trying to think
Like when you
of,
enter into
I'm
Guardians
the
of the
left.
Rift, do you take
The
a left
left.
or a right?
Left.
So you're on the west side.
Wait. You're talking about Wintertod right now,
Yeah, when
right?
you're entering Wintertod, you're
Yeah.
facing north. Like where do you go, left or right?
I go west. I'm west.
Okay, you're west side.
West side, best
That
side.
is actually the truth, though. It is west side, best side.
Yeah.
But for years, I did east side, B side. Because I just...
You let the community influence, didn't you?
No. I was always east side, B side. And people would tell me, oh, west side, best side. I'm like, shut the fuck up, east side, B side. But then I started doing solos. And the reason west side is actually the best side, for those that are still curious and still think east side's B side, is because when your dude runs to the brazier, he paths toward the pyromancer. So now so if you're imagining the east side, you know how you path to the corner right next to the railing in the brazier, and you're 2 tiles away from the pyromancer. When you're doing the healing technique method, you want to be exactly adjacent to the pyromancer, so you can just heal him instantaneously without moving, which is why you do west side, best side. So you are correct, Nunu. It's west side, best side.
I definitely 100% thought about that the entire time. Haven't done a solo, but yep, that's exactly what I was.
And to be completely honest, I would never shame anybody for not knowing that, because its only real use is for the healing technique. And so I was trying to like stick to my ground, stick to my like, beliefs of going east side, but I just couldn't fucking do it. I'm like, this is just inefficient. This is bad.
Deep down inside, you knew like what was really good.
Yeah. I mean, I will be honest, the camera angling of east side looks nicer in my opinion. But yeah, it's still west side's better. Okay. Duan Yi, if I'm pronouncing that right, asks, how would you describe OSRS's art style? And if you could change something about it, what would it be?
The OSRS art style to me is like geometric shapes thrown together in medieval format. That's like the best way I can fucking explain it. It's literally just like shapes put together. You
know, like those really old areas that were made in like 2003, 2004, just those like really ancient places like the Fisher's Realm, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Where like the doors look super medieval and super pixelated, and I love that. Like,
I love that. That's the best part of the fucking game.
I love that, and I actually wish they had stayed true to that instead of making things more cartoony. Like, for example, the Priffinus trees, you know how they're more like Toontown trees now, rather than the Lumbridge forest trees that are all kind of see-through a little bit, or more, I don't know.
I know what you're talking about with the Lumbridge see-through. I can't think of the other one though.
The more flat cartoon. They're like you ever been to like Nada's Knot and you see those Arctic pines that just look like clay?
Okay, yes.
It looks like clay leaves, like just big. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like you could sculpt them in clay, but yeah.
I love that OG feel to the game.
Same.
Like I wouldn't change anything about it. Like genuinely, I don't even play HD.
Me neither.
Because well, first of all, I feel like it slows me down on certain like things. Yeah.
Frames just get shitty.
Yeah, no, I don't like that, especially when you're trying to do like CG and like demonic gorillas. Like, no.
Yeah.
But then another thing is that it does look super nice. It's actually so much nicer than I thought it would be, because I don't know what I thought I would think it would look like beforehand. But after it came out, I definitely feel like the graphics are super nice. But it's still not like original enough. Like,
no, HD, I'm not gonna lie, it looks fantastic. If there was absolutely no frame dropping whatsoever, and I could just have like peak performance as well, I would actually consider it, but I wouldn't choose like the environmental darkness. I feel like some people play on way too dark of a HD where things are just like super dark, which kind of feels cool, like you're in the environment, but I don't like that. I like the brightness.
I feel like I have a hard time. Like I would have a hard time seeing it at times. Like I don't
Yeah.
know. Like I just couldn't adjust well and see it well. But I used it for a little bit, and then I think I started doing demonic gorillas, and that area is already super skippy in general.
Mm-hmm.
And I went back. I think though, if I wanted to take like a nice picture of like my character or something for like a screenshot, like maybe switching over to HD, like and getting like an HD photo is like nicer than maybe the regular. But I don't know. It's just I really love everything that's old school about old school. You know what I mean?
I agree. Okay, Gunslinger asks, how do you stay sane and also active, or how do you stay sane and are also active on Twitter? Or
Oh,
he worded it differently, but I don't think it.
I get what
The
you're
way
saying.
he words it is, how do you stay sane and also actively be on Twitter? Okay, he actually did make full sense. I just missed
Yeah,
missed a
yeah,
word.
no.
I'm just a
I
fucking
totally
idiot.
get what he's saying
No,
or they're
he said
saying.
it perfectly. I just fucking butchered that. Go ahead.
Um, how do I stay sane? Man, I just try to like ignore shit. Like for me, it's like all about the memes and like the lulls and just like when it's serious conversation, like being true to myself. You know what I mean? Like if I think what I think, like I'm sticking to it.
Hmm.
I don't know. I try not to like take like the shit that's said to me like too hard. Because like otherwise I would just let everything fucking bother me. But I don't know. Twitter's just so fucking fun. I just sit there at work and I just tweet. I don't know why I'm so fucking active on Twitter. I am. I don't know how the fuck I stay sane because it's so disgusting sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
But it's just so fun to just be like ridiculously stupid on it. I think if anything, it actually keeps me sane sometimes. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Because like I hang out on Twitter when I'm at work, which don't tell my boss. Sorry, Jim,
I'm
but
gonna tell him.
yeah, yeah. Poor Jim. I'm getting fucking paid to tweet redonkulous shit. But I feel like in a way, yeah, like sometimes it definitely like makes me feel some type of way, but it's also like a platform that I kind of like release like my emotions sometimes when I'm feeling some type of way, like about the community or just something going on in my life. And I feel like that makes me feel better that I have a place to kind of um get my voice out there. And it's super nice because lots of times when I do tweet something like more on the sad end, I get a lot of people DMing me or commenting on it with super like nice things. So like while it could be super toxic, it's also super wholesome at the same time.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, nothing inherently wrong with just being on Twitter. I mean, you're
No,
obviously fucking
yeah.
working as well, so it's like that's already one thing that a lot of Nates on Twitter don't already
Yeah.
have going for them. But yeah, okay. Bailey asks, what are your hobbies outside your streaming life, and how do you manage a busy schedule? Yeah,
Ooh.
what hobbies do you have besides like art and OSRS and streaming?
I'm like a really big fan of walking and like hiking and stuff like that. I'll I have no problem like just taking a day trip, driving 3 hours up, going sightseeing like upstate New York, and like driving back down later in the night, you know, for like another 3, 4 hours. Like I
Damn.
love that. I love anything to do with like nature and just like the world. Cause I just feel super cooped up sometimes being in like a 4x4 room doing the same thing over again, and I just feel like the world is so beautiful and there's so many things out there that I want to see, and right now I can't branch out too far all the time, but eventually I just really want to travel. I mean, I do a lot of like US traveling right now just because that's all I can afford to do. And it's just like time wise with work, what I can do. But, you know, I went to Maine the other day. I did a 3 day cross country trip to Colorado with my cat.
Let's fucking
Um,
go.
yeah, it was 3 days there, hung out there for about a week, and then 3 days back. And like stopping like every like 10 hours and stuff till I got there. And it was amazing. You know what I mean? It really was. I love getting to see other states and just hanging out. And just seeing what the world has to offer. And eventually I would really like to expand that to the whole world when I can get out of, America.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool. That's exciting. Yeah, it is cool getting a little bit older and a little bit just, I don't know, getting some of those like dogma beliefs out of your system, because like I grew up religious as well, and just, I don't know, I guess everyone's different, but at least for me that really affected how I saw the world.
Mm-hmm.
And like being free from that and realizing how beautiful the world is, and just realizing how beautiful it is to just be a human and being alive, and like not knowing why is like
Oh,
really
yeah.
it's just like exciting, and it just makes things all the more beautiful, rather than thinking, oh, I know everything that's going to happen after this, and I know everything. It's like, it's weird. It's like it defeats like the majesty of the universe, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, when I had that panic attack that I told you about,
Mm-hmm.
it really was eye-opening for me because before that moment in my life, I make a lot of like dark humor sometimes, not as much anymore as I used to, but I used to be very like jokey, like kill myself in game, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like, and I didn't mean it. I would say like really morbid, like dark things, but I didn't feel that way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't
Yeah, just for
actually want to
fun.
die. I'm just being funny. I'm being silly about it. But I started to feel like you kind of internalize those words, whether you're joking about them or not. If you start to say it enough, you do start to kind of internalize that feeling. And I knew that that's not exactly how I felt. So I think that your mind, with your mind can kind of tell when you're lying to yourself about things, or when you're being dishonest with yourself about things.
Yes.
And I felt like I was being very dishonest, portraying like this morbid feeling to be silly, because I am a morbid person for fun, but it was almost like too much for me, that it played into depression and anxiety. So I had to kind of like switch that up after I had my panic attack, after I realized I really didn't want to die, because like a panic attack for me felt like I was actually going to die. Like
Yeah.
I genuinely thought that that's what was going to happen to me. And so I started to think like, I really don't want this. I don't like the way this like felt, And I had to kind of change up that thinking and that mindset that I had, because I really felt like it was genuinely playing a role in the anxiety that I was feeling and the depression that I was feeling. And of course, yeah, I still deal with those kinds of like mental health issues, but I feel like I'm realer to myself. And I feel like I'm realer to other people when people talk to me about depression and how they're feeling and all of these things, and they're like, everything that is bad about the way they feel. I'm like, you have to think about the fact that you're here today and you get to live on this earth. And there's so fucking much like outside of your bubble that you're staying in, right?
Mm-hmm.
From like a view, like just what, like physically, like looking at the world, you know what I mean, like water, mountains, like all these things, right?
Yeah.
And then like animals in the world, and then just like the idea of like humans interacting with humans and living, and like the idea of love, and just the evolution, you know what I mean, from
Yeah.
being a baby to a teenager, like all of these things. And it's fucking amazing, and there's people in the world who would kill for this, who would kill to live, right?
Yeah.
Or who would kill to have somebody that they've like lost in their lives be able to experience what you're experiencing. It almost feels selfish to like hate your life, if that
Yeah.
makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because it's like you have like this fucking amazing gift, and you just don't see it.
Yeah.
And I understand why they don't. I understand like that idea of like hating life and all these things. I'm just like, you literally have something so beautiful in front of you. You just don't even realize you're not you're not using it to its like max potential. And I feel like if people can fix that mentality and that stuff that like makes them depressed, I think they'll be able to see like their purpose in life, and like what makes them happy, and like just the true like essence of like what life is and like could be, should be, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's
So
like it's so weird, because like lives are just so short in a way.
yeah.
Like your life is just such a sliver of like humanity, you
Yeah.
know? And so it's really hard to eventually really see, like, because everyone sees life differently. I mean, just imagine, like, when you think back 500 years ago, you just think, like, your imagination of what happened 500 years ago, of just like, okay, like, there's peasants and there's farms and, like, people are kind of uneducated. Like, you really have no actual idea what was happening back then. It's just your interpretation, like, your imagination of, and, like, for example, like, signing the Declaration of Independence for, like, the whatever it is, like back in like America's founding or whatever. In my imagination, I think things went a certain way just because of things I've learned in history classes and, you know, research I've done and whatnot. But like that wasn't the case. You know, whatever I think wasn't actually the reality of it. It's just what my interpretation of it was. And so, like, your human mind just can't fully grasp things, and it can't fully experience the true beauty of the world because you're just so limited, you know what I mean? And so it kind of sucks because obviously some people they're more pigeonholed, like they're more limited in what they see.
Yeah.
But like, damn, if everyone could just like have that big awakening of just like, damn, I'm alive right now. I can do whatever I want. I can change who I am. And I don't know.
And I mean, like, we live in a world, like most of us do, where we're like free to like think for ourselves and, you know, do things for ourselves and be who we want to be. And that's just like not the case for everybody. Like, you know, poverty exists and all of these like negative things in life exist. And I'm not gonna say like you don't have it bad. I don't know what your upbringing was. I don't know what you went through, and I'm sure that you had your battles the same way. I had my own battles. We all do, and we shouldn't minimize anybody's experience, but like you have to at some point appreciate where you are lucky in life. You know what I mean? And I feel like the idea of just being alive is like a blessing on its own. Because when I think about the idea of just like non-existence, like, you know, like that weird feeling you get in your stomach if you think like, what if nothing existed? What if I didn't exist? What if there was nothing? It's fucking weird. Like, it's creepy. It's like, it makes you just like cringe and just feel like icky. Like it gives me like anxiety. It gives me panic. And I apologize to anybody in chat who like maybe has like a phobia of this, and this I just
like triggered by it.
I just triggered you a little bit. I'm sorry. But like, you know what I mean? Like, if that bothers you, then you should appreciate the fact that you have life and that you're on this like world. You know what I mean? Because like that's just not the case for everybody. People get their lives taken like at a super young age from sickness, from like trauma, you know, tragedy and all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, you're so lucky to just even be alive, even if it's not the best situation, you know. Somebody out there like has it worse. And like I said, it's not minimizing what happened to you by any means, but you have to take those W's when you can. And I feel like waking up in the morning is 100% a W.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's just weird how complicated life is and how much nuance and how gray everything is. Like there's it's just like the world is so big. Like there's like literally billions of humans just wandering. Like what the fuck? It's so
There's
weird.
so much we don't understand too, like about like everything. You know what I mean? We're just like in the grand scheme of things, like just these little fucking ants that
I know
are just like here right now,
like
and then like whatever.
Think of like an animal. Let's just even imagine an ant. Like clearly I don't know the anatomy of an ant or anything, but like they clearly are communicating in some way and have some sort of purpose they're fulfilling in their life. And they're like, you know, building they're like protecting their queen ant or whatever the fuck they're doing, you know, finding food. But it's like, that is their life. And they probably actually find, I mean, I have no idea if they are even aware of their existence or whatnot. But imagining if they were aware of what they're doing, just being like, oh, this is, you know, my life. And like, whatever. And it's like, then you just bring it up you know, scale it up and you now have a human and you're like, oh, well, I feel like I'm so important, yet I'm just doing the same routine shit every single day, and then I eventually die. It's like, what? Like, it's so strange to think.
That's why you have to make like the time that you are here so like purposeful and like valuable, because it is short. It does go away. You know what I mean? So it's just like, you could control what you can control. Don't fuss too much over the shit that you can't control or the stuff that has already passed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just try to like, I don't know, just try to make every like moment of your day, like now and going forward, like something that's going to actually make you happy. Because I think the worst thing a person can go through, and this happens like a lot to people when they get older, is they have very unfulfilled lives. They feel like they didn't do anything in their life, and that makes them like so unhappy. And I feel like that I would just hate that, to like be at that point one day. I want to feel fulfilled, like family wise, love wise, world experience, like cultures, like all this stuff. Like I want to feel like I lived a fulfilling life, so that when I am in my 70s, I don't have that like regret.
Yeah, that's a good way to see it. Was it, I think it was Bill Burr or something that had just mentioned, like, imagine, or he talked to like two different people on their deathbed, and one guy had just had a smile on his face and he looked content with life, and then there was one guy that just said like, I wasted so much time. And just like
Yeah.
the difference of like having a fulfilling life and then like being on your deathbed and realizing how much time you may have wasted, or just like didn't do the things you wanted to do. And like, damn, that like hit me deep. Of course, it's easy to like see those and like enjoy that moment of being like, damn, like, okay, that was really motivating and inspiring. And then you just forget it like a few minutes later. But like, truly
Yeah.
is a good way to kind of see your ultimate vision. Like, where do you want to be on your deathbed? Like what do you want to have had your life play out? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. And I think that's why so many people are scared of the idea of death, including myself. I'm petrified of it because I feel like I haven't fulfilled my life yet. You know what I mean? So I think that's like, that comes to that smiling or like being sad when
Yeah.
you're like at that point. And I really hope that I can come to terms with the idea of death at some point in my life, because I feel like I did what I needed to do, and I feel like I lived a good life, and I put like good vibes, positivity, like all that into the world, and yeah, like no regrets.
Yeah. I mean, that's another, like, this is kind of a weird, like, I listen to Lex Friedman, who's like a podcaster who just interviews a bunch of people, but like one thing he says is like, and I know a lot of people say this, but live today like it's your last, you know, like what would you do if it truly was your last day, you know, like what would you do?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, I think we take for granted, like, or we dismiss rather, all of these like little like things that we hear growing up, like enjoy your childhood, like, you know what I mean? Like, do this, do that, because when you're this age or when this happens, it's not going to be the same. I feel like we dismiss it so hard,
Yeah.
and then
It's
it's
like
just like, but
impossible
all
to
these,
realize it
yeah.
until you're that age.
Yes, yes. And it's like, you're just like, fuck, like you were right. You really do hit that point where you're just like, they were fucking right about this.
Yep.
And you're just like, shit, like you wish you could like have told yourself that,
Yeah. Just
your younger
convince
self
yourself.
that. Yeah, but it's just like, no,
impossible.
because you just have to grow on your own and figure it out on your own. You know what I mean? Like,
I know. It's so
I will say
strange.
that lots of times your fucking parents are right. Like, I'm not gonna say all the time, because like, let me tell you,
Yeah.
like my family's
Definitely
fucking
not all the
crazy.
time.
Not all the time, but there's like certain little things that like they really know you, and they really do know what's best for you sometimes with certain like little things. I'm not going to say everything, but I will admit my mom, on many occasions, I didn't want to listen to her, and then a few years later I'm like, you know what, she was right about that, you know.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. I kind of like this point that we've kind of left off. Sort of like, I kind of like where we're at right now. So I want to ask my questions now.
Yeah,
So,
go for it.
Nunu, where would you like to be, or where would you like to be, or where do you see yourself in 5 years from now? 2027.
Where do I see myself in 2027?
Yeah, or where would you like to be? What's your vision?
I mean,
And it doesn't have to be specifics necessarily. It could be like, I don't know, maybe some things you did achieve in that time, or maybe like just how you're feeling, or like, I don't know.
yeah,
Nothing specific.
I feel like I would want to be in a place like mentally where I'm like very happy, and that's a very basic answer. But it's just honestly the truth. I would like to have my first kid in the next 5 years, because I'm 29 and I want to have 2 kids before I'm like 35. So I really would like to have like a family.
Yeah.
by that time. So we'll see how that goes. And I think from like thinking about like jobs or stuff, I would have liked to do something with my master's degree. I've purposely put off doing something within my field of education just because of COVID. COVID kind of like messed up my like my experience. There's certain experiences I should have gotten that were hands-on that I couldn't get with like student teaching because of COVID and everything, and that's what's kind of like held me back. Having a mortgage and everything, you can't just like necessarily become a substitute or a teacher assistant and make like lower amount of money, you know what I mean? Like they don't necessarily always get paid super well. So
Yeah.
that's very hard to have to think about the fact that I have like all these responsibilities I need to take care of, and that's why I can't do something. If money wasn't an issue, I would already be like a teacher. But I really would like to get into some form of like education and like being with students, whether it's in a building as a teacher, as an assistant, or like as my own like tutor, like having my own business. I feel like it would be super, super fun to like be a full-time / part-time streamer and then also like have my own like tutoring business on the side.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be super, super fun, and I could make my own schedule. Like I want to be able to like make my own schedule, not have this. I don't have a 9 to 5. I have a 7:30 to 3:30, but you know what I mean? Breaking that Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 3:30, and really being able to just like do what I want, make my own schedule, pack my own days, and not really have to worry
Answer
too
to
much.
somebody or
Yeah. It would be truly beautiful to be able to kind of have more control of my days than I do right now.
That's cool. That's some good
Yeah.
goals.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I need to ask Nunu for 3 shout outs now from the community. Anybody, could be viewers, streamers, players, JMod, like it's anybody in the community basically.
All right. Let's see. My number 1 will be iCherry. iCherry.
Hell yeah.
I love Cherry, honestly. He's a really good friend. He's super fucking funny.
Yeah.
I feel like we bounce off each other. Like we just have like that same level of energy of like goofy, sexual, like cuz I know I'm a very like sexually natured person for fun, and he just like he's in that. Like he gets that way more than me, but and I think he's definitely an amazing content creator. He really works fucking hard at what he does. And I really just like hope he like becomes successful. I think he should be partnered one day. Yeah, so that's one person I definitely really want to shout out in the community for being just an overall positive person in my life. There's another streamer named Iron Rhapsody. He's another small streamer, and I've just kind of like known him from the get-go. He's got good content. He's entertaining to watch. Really, really fucking wholesome person. Again, like I feel like a lot of us like in the smaller community, like we have a lot of the same viewers. We tend to like kind of like be in the same circle, and I just really like love that small little tight like community that we kind of have as smaller streamers, and Brandon is one of those people, so I would definitely check out Iron Rhapsody as well, because like I said, super wholesome, nice.
Love
the
it.
opposite of Sherry, not like a little sexual, but like a little more low key to him if you don't want as much comedy.
Yeah.
And then a third person, I don't feel like they stream as much as they used to. But her name is Yeet Greet, and she's a female. For those of you guys who want to know, she is like the epitome of just like an amazing person, an amazing friend. And she doesn't live like on the same, like country as me or anything, but she's probably like the number 1 person I would like love to meet in the world, because when I don't know, she always was like super like open to being friends with me, and just a warm presence overall. Like it was very hard when I was trying to kind of get into like the girl community. I feel like it's so hard sometimes, like girls becoming friends with girls. I don't know why it's weird like that. It just feels weird sometimes. And when I felt like I was having a hard time like assimilating into like hanging out with girls and talking to the girl gamers in like the RuneScape community, I always felt like she was just a person who was super inviting and super warm and just always responded, and we've become super good friends, and I really just like love the fuck out of her. She's amazing.
Hell yeah. Great 3 shout-outs. I love it. Nunu, we've been talking for 4 hours. Isn't that crazy?
Holy.
Didn't that just
You're
fly
right.
by?
You got it. You got a knack for this.
It just flies by every fucking time. I don't know how. The only time I'm noticing the time is when I have to pee. Like for the 5 minutes before I have to pee, I'm like, oh shit, like how long? But generally, I'm just like, I'm not even looking at anything. I'm just enjoying the conversation. So,
Oh yeah.
I had a really fun night tonight. Thank you very much for your time. And guys, if you enjoyed Nunu's presence and you would like to watch more of potentially her stream, by the way, do you do YouTube, Nunu?
I don't. I feel like I've always thought about it.
You should do it. You should really do it. Like, listen. It's like you can make whatever you want. That's like the true beauty of it. Like you could do what, it doesn't even have to be RuneScape. Like it could. I mean, that would be probably good because your community is kind of already aware of that. But you could just do anything, like anything you're passionate about. And I think I always try to encourage my guests that aren't doing YouTube to do it because I've really found a lot of enjoyment out of it just as a project, doing things.
Yeah. I feel like it'd be interesting to do like some ferret stuff, because I feel like so many people ask me questions about like ferrets and stuff.
Yeah.
And I feel like tutorials or just like how I do things, you know what I mean? I think that would be fun, one direction. I've also wanted to do something with tutoring, with like education for like parents, so that parents have an easier time like understanding what their children are learning in school, because the content, like the curriculum, has changed. So I feel like that would be one direction, in an education standpoint, that would be super cool. Or just like, one thing I always joke around about is like shitty, like, you know how it's like RuneScape for dummies, like something like that, you know what I mean? But like, it would just be so fucking redonkulous, like the stupidest ways to do things in game, like how to make GP in game, and it would just be the worst fucking ways. Just an absolute troll of an account.
Just
With all the, like, everything I thought I knew when I was like a younger player, you know, earlier in the game, and that was so inefficient, and then I learned like this is the worst way to do it. Like, I don't know if a lot of people know this or not, but when I first started playing RuneScape, my money making method was the Lumbridge Swamps, the giant frog legs, if you kill them, and you sell the giant frog legs for like 1K a piece at like the Grand fucking Tree. And like, I have people who come to my chat who are like literally like my founders, and they came to my stream because of these fucking, like, because of this money making method I was fucking doing, and they still come around to this day. But like, it's just pure innocence, and it's so silly, but it's so fucking funny. It's like, it's just great.
The world's literally just like YouTube. I mean, YouTube content is just so open. Like you can do anything. You could just make a new thing that hasn't even been done. Like I love my rambles. I love my Sae Bae cast because it's just exactly what I want to do. I just want to talk. I don't want to fucking have to put in a bunch of effort. I do with some videos. I put in a bunch of effort and I try to edit, but like that's not what I enjoy. I enjoy just fucking talking.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, I don't know. I would encourage it. But guys,
maybe.
Down in the description, Nunu's Twitch will be down there. Your Twitter. Would you like anything else linked down there?
No. Just all my socials are Nunu with like 2 U's minus my Twitch. Unless you want to end up like Nunu Nellz, like the rapper.
Oh yeah, you
there's
showed
a
that
rapper
on stream once. Jesus Christ.
Oh, there's a Nunu Nellz rapper. I did not know that she existed before I made the username. So she has all the handles except for Twitch. So one day I'm gonna get money out of her when she wants to be a Twitch streamer.
Oh yeah.
I got you, Nunu Nellz.
Fuck yeah.
What 1 mil?
Well, guys, go drop her a follow. And guys, if you guys would like to support the Sae Bae cast for $2 a month, there's a Patreon link down in the description, and you'll get your name on the title screens for future casts, obviously. And yeah, that's it for me. So, Nunu, much love. Thank you very much again.
Thank you for having me.
All right, guys, have a great night, and we'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Peace.